Howdy, howdy, everybody. We are back with Esoteric Ebb. And to pick right up off of... I think I just heard deviousness of my cat. Hold on. No, should be fine. Alright, so, where we left off, with the session notes, we've arrived in Tolstad. By waking up in a morgue, they like to remind us of that. You've picked up a goblin sidekick, and now... well, now you need to focus on the actual job. The tea shop that blew up. First off, you still need to get inside. The entrance is in the middle of the big, open outside area. If you find yourself stuck, there probably should be some other ways of getting inside. ... Beyond that, you've also got the owner to track down. From what you've heard about this guy, he could have already left the city. Though maybe if you're lucky you can catch him before he hops onto the next ship down on Water Lane. But nothing, so far, has given you any decisive evidence. Everything about this stinks. So says Chris, our DM. Alright. Sounds about what I remember of leaving off. But also, what wasn't highlighted is I think we've gotten our, like, set path. We're kind of moving towards druid directions, right? Maybe. I guess it could still potentially change, but... which reminds me, can I actually... oh, come on now. So I guess there's 6 classes total. I'd imagine mage, druid, cleric. Gotta be something Unga Bunga. Rogue was one. Not really too sure on what else, but I guess we'll find out as we go along. Alright. We hit level 3 also, which is pretty fantastic. I still want to be able to speak to animal with these guys, but that's not going to happen, I guess. At least not at the moment. So pretty much we have free reign to run around until midnight? Well, not necessarily. No, I mean, yes, but I think we also could just kind of boogie down or start heading back down. If nothing else, I can get the, what was it, like, free apples spell? Yeah. Lady Sageleaf, don't mind me. Was it done this way? Pillar crossing Lower Tolstad. It was not this way, I don't think, but this is new. We can at least run around in new areas and, you know, see what happens. Main entrance to the Drunk Sphinx. This is the main entrance? Oh. Thought the other way was. That's up to Tolstad. Okay. An almost intact and endlessly rising pillar. Centerpiece of Norvik. The pillar of yore towers before you. He is speaking to you. Touch the pillar. Touch the wondrous pillar. You place your hand upon the smooth surface. The whisper gets louder. It says something to you, something weird. A conversation? Guess you can try to join in. Oh boy. Disadvantage because the goblin is impatient. You felt it. Yeah, look. Surely we got this. It says effortless, and yet... oof, okay. Okay, even with disadvantage. Hello? The goblin perks up. Not me, sorry.
Time for a little
The
drink.
pillar vibrates.
Cheers, genitals.
No. The heck you doing awake at this hour, girl? Cheers, genitals. Nala Babala, what's happening? Hello. The whisper lies inside of you, or something. It says, he is here. Who is here? It says, divinity. It says, death. It says, necrocrat? What? The voice ends. Your hand is repelled from the surface. Ouch. Weird, yeah, weird. You understand plainly. There's more to this pillar you need to investigate. In time, and further below. It's always saying go further below. Deeper and deeper. You're gonna go back to sleep, but then you remember this game? It is pretty darn captivating. Oozes so much charm. The depths of Tolstad. Slightly foreboding and menacing person up there? Citizen, can I help you? Behold them. Freitas. Oof. We know nothing about them. Alright. Okay, great. The girl looks across the chasm. She is pretending to not look at you. Citizen, identify yourself, because I sure as hell couldn't do it myself with that behold. She does a double take. A fake take. What? Why were you looking at me? I wasn't. How rude. Cool. You're very rude, citizen. Sure, now go away. What do you know about the tea shop, mysterious woman? She rolls her eyes. It exploded. Lies! Lies! It didn't blow up. Everyone keeps saying that. Duh. I get the feeling you don't want to talk about it. No, we gotta play into our wisdom a little bit, right? We're not good at conversations, but we can pick up what people are putting down, you know? We can at least pick the conversation thing that's like, yeah, we can read the room at least. Yeah? Will you leave me alone now? No! She turns to look out at the chasm again. What are you voting in the election? Don't care for it. Good choice. I don't care for it either. You see, I'm apolitical, and that means I don't vote in elections like this because I'm above any sort of political affiliations. Yes. Oh. Okay. I don't care. Very fair response. But I didn't get like a chunk of XP for leaning into my apolitical stance? Game. How dare? I want to ask you some personal questions, but I have a feeling you won't respond in any meaningful way. Smart. Oh, there it is. There's my XP. Can you go now? Well, damn. She really did not want to throw me a bone whatsoever. That's all for now. Thank you, citizen. I don't trust her. Anyone that's standing in like a spot like this as you're making an approach and then refuses to communicate or give you any sort of information and was watching you, that's trouble. That's trouble right there. We need to introduce her to the old shank and spank. The marking on the door says, Simi, son of Strokeback? That's a hell of a name right there. Known as Mr. Strokeback in my college days, am I right? Oof. Alright, what do we have here? Can't get through here. Alright, fair enough. Heyo! That's right, Loki. Sign says dormitory out of commission. Sick. What up? Some more of this fabulous game. This oh-so-charming adventure. How's it going, Chief? What's good? Tunnel to Waterlane View. The sound of the docks echo from beyond. It's not midnight, but it's getting close. We're at 8 o'clock right now. We can continue to adventure for a bit. Should I try and shag the Sphinx? Do you think? I think that needs to be like our journey's end goal. I don't know if it's going to be achievable. I don't think we're going to patch up our charisma enough to be able to manage it, but that's something we could work towards. Seduce the beast. You approach your companion. Let's get on with it. This place is insane. Yeah. I mean, I don't agree since I grew up here, but I can imagine. You grew up here? Well, he points to the east side of the ravine. You glance over the edge and see a ton of little apartments dotting the other side as well. One of the bigger complexes there. That's where I grew up, along with most other goblins of my generation. Though, these days, they keep the nurseries in safer areas, mostly because the kids kept trying to climb the scaffolding. He grins. Those were the days. Yeah, so what's your position in all of this, Snell? Whatever do you mean by that, cleric? Why are you helping me in this rough world of ours? I'm here on behalf of Lady Sageleaf. Her will is for the streets of Tolstad to not suddenly burst into flames in the middle of the day. Her will be done, so to say. What if it bursts into flames in the middle of the night instead? I don't think she'd like that either. Yeah, but why are you really here, Snell? My motives are not of interest, cleric. He does not want to disclose his inner feelings to you. Understandable, you're kinda creepy, dude. Once you have shown yourself truthful and just, the goblin will reveal his secrets. That, you swear. You got family, Snell? I'm a goblin. What do you think? Goblins normally live in tribal societies with a broad family structure. Your companion most likely has at the very least a dozen or so siblings. Any less would be remarkable even in Norvik. Why would you care about goblin family structures? They don't even have their own culture. That was the point of their genocide. Jesus, dude. Oof. You got wife and kids? Nah, single for now. And trust me, this goblin ain't getting no offspring. Thank the gods for that. I see you were infertile? Holy shit. Kids are yeah, fuck them kids. Oh, God. Okay, look, the game lets you lean into whatever you want to say here. Fuck them kids, man. If my character wasn't so wise, I would love to play, like, Big Oonga Boonga and just be an idiot, but super strong. This is a hilarious response. dumb as bricks, man. Oh, kids are wonderful, Snell. Little beams of light, little joy bringers. Small potatoes and spuds that can't control their bowels yet. Oh no, I am not getting into that. Ask me about literally anything else. But Snell. No. Alright, I have some other questions. Really? How surprising. Snell, what are we doing here again? Apart from disturbing the peace, he laughs. What'd you want to know? Everyone seems on edge around here. No wonder. Elections coming up. People would be high-strung even without this whole mess about the tea shop. It's a big deal, you know. We're voting for the future. Doesn't sound relevant to the tea shop thing. Politics is always relevant. Hell, depending on the outcome, this little operation of ours might not even be official anymore. If your bosses lose, that is, then who knows what'll happen. And of course, if they choose to leave peacefully. If. You don't think they would leave power? I think it would be very optimistic to assume. If they did, that would be neat. The first ever peaceful transfer of power in a major coastal state. First ever in history as we know it. Wouldn't that be something? He thinks it is naive. Naive and inspiring. You can always hope, Snell. What are you voting for? None of your business. He has something to hide. Persuade him to reveal his dirty little political secrets. Huh? Fair enough. Fairly fair indeed. Anything else you want to know? Snell, I'm gonna be real with you, man. I like you. I know you're a stand-up guy because I got a nat 20 on that beholding of you. There's no need to be such a hard-ass, Snell. It's my right as a citizen to shut the fuck up about it. So unlike most of you humans, I'll do just that. Ah, wise man, pray tell, not secret of theirs inside. What? Such words seem appreciate, deep heart to heart, seek friend, take care. Much charisma me have, do yes. They do fair heart to heart, seek friend, take care now, do you see? Godzilla have strong. Are you okay, cleric? No. Goblin has not actually no find yourself in the heat of scarlet dreams. Whimper. Right. Did you want to just ask anything else? The writing is great in this game, dude. Other question. Other question? Yes. Okay. Where do I sleep tonight, Snell? I don't know, cleric. Gives you a defeated look. Can't the city pay for something? You're a cleric, for God's sake. I can just not sleep. That's fine, right? Can I sleep with you? Oh, God. Maybe I can... Yeah. You know. Maybe I can sleep with the Lich. Maybe Viscan will be cool with it. I could just not sleep, right? Are you asking for permission? He sighs. You'll get exhausted if you don't sleep, cleric. If you do not take a long rest before dawn, you get 6 level... Oh my god. 6 levels of exhaustion? Ooh. If you get 10 levels of exhaustion, you die. Damn, dude. I mean, accurate. That's... Look. Every living thing needs its recovery cycle. Oh, sleep is important. Actually, I really should find a place to sleep now that we're on the matter and topic. Smartest thing you've said all day. Maybe I can sleep with Viscan. You're probably too warm for him. And don't phrase it like that. What do you mean, Snell? Can I sleep with you? No. And seriously, don't phrase it like that. What about if I sleep in the Goblin Garden? No. Or, I mean... He thinks about it for a second and then once again says, no. I could just sleep here then. He looks around. Just here? Yeah. My head could probably kind of get on that step there, you know? Kind of cozy-ish. Yeah, it's not so bad. Right. Guess I could ask the Coin Lord. Yeah. Darrow's your boss on this job, isn't he? Guess you got another thing to talk to him about. Fun. I guess it is late. I was wanting to have Snell tag along, but... Look, man, it's late. You wanna head off and get some proper rest? You've had a day, tagging along with yours truly. Go on, Snell. Go to bed. Snell looks at you with tired, almost deliriously manic eyes. And leave you here? By yourself? Look around. He also looks around. You're going to go to sleep, right? Because I sure hope you're not going off on some adventure by yourself. I would love to continue the I'm the cleric bit. But now that we've finally got something in a different direction that might suit us better, like a druid, I need to steer away from it, right? We have to maybe try and aim for something that will work against what? My like +6 to I'm the cleric standing. Shrug. Howdy, Jet. Look, Snell. You're not my boss. Nah, come on, let's not pick a fight with Snell. He has, for the most part, been a homie at every turn. Yes, Snell, I'm going to bed. He sighs. Fine. I'm tired. I'm going home. See you tomorrow, cleric. You now stand alone. All right, then. That's fine. I think before I continue on, it's getting, I mean, we still have quite the bit before midnight, but it's getting towards midnight. We can go meet with our boss. So which place was it? You think one of these places is actually Viskin's place? I'd love to sneak in there and RNA. Okay. I'd love to sneak into Viskin's place and try to, like, nab his phylactery or some nonsense. Pierce the heart of the Lich, Osborne, the heart! The slit mailbox says, Hey, Snell's place. Oh my god. Good night, Snell. I am here, Snell. Snell's pad. Hello, Snell. He's waiting. Good evening, cleric. The goblin stretches a bit. Have Snell join the party? He'd have to be worried for us at that point. I tell him goodbye, go get some sleep. I show up 30 seconds later in his place. All right, Snell, come on, let's go. Goodbye, Snell. Sleep well. He sure is the type to have a photo of himself on the wall. Damn. You don't really fit back there. But what about the loot? It's a bit high up. I don't want to steal from Snell. A mass-produced glowstone lantern. It appears to be non-functional. Hey, Snell! You need help fixing this thing? That's okay, cleric. The goblin does not know what's best for him. What's wrong with it? The glowstone inside must be malfunctioning. A common issue with these cheaply post-war era produced lanterns. Man, why did we have to land wisdom? We should respect him and just not do this. That's the wise thing to do. But look, intelligence told me he doesn't know what's best for him, so here we go. You spend a few minutes looking it over, realizing a bit later than you should have that there is an esoteric effect on the lantern itself. Investigating it further reveals the issue, the glowstone's connection with the flimsy metal plate around it. While the heat remained and the stone is quite hot, its weak esoteric light was esoterically spread out across the full surface of the lantern, instead of focused on the glowstone itself. Reattach the glowstone without burning yourself. With a quick snap, light returns to the lantern. Such a simple solution, you should have come up with it quicker. I fixed the lamps now. Thanks. He gives you a thumbs up. Now you won't have to trip when going to the bathroom in the middle of the night anymore. That's not really a problem, you know. He points at his eyes. Dark vision. Why do you have a lamp? It's not perfect dark vision. He stretches a bit. Oh yeah, the fixed lamp will help. Thanks again, cleric. I'm so good at tinkering with stuff. You're slightly above average, which says more about the average than it does about you. Damn. You do not need to relieve yourself. That's good. Bagatelle, the goblin has some good taste. one of Snell's boxes. Again, don't... Oh my god! What does it all mean, Snell? What does it all mean? Snell's work. The number, Snell. You stand before a wooden board covered in sketches of various people, each of them connected via long red threads. Let's look closer at the sketches. You see several faces you recognize and some you don't. A birdman with a beak and white pattern, along with the note, Tea Shop Owner. A bulky merman with the text, Rival? No, unambitious. A stout-looking dwarf in uniform with a hammer symbol in the corner. Patron. A stylish orc with a Free Strider heart symbol in the corner. Completely unaffiliated, suspicious. A pale man holding a skull. No motive. A human with a fancy beard and a fish symbol in the corner. Suppressing info, beware. And finally, you look over the central piece, the beautiful rendition of Lady Sageleaf herself. The sketch is wonderful. A depiction of love. Her note reads, Enemies, spies, city conspiracy? The hell's this, Snow? He looks over to you from across the apartment. Ah, yeah. Project Visualizer. Helps me keep track of jobs. You can check it out if you want. I haven't done much other than a basic outline on the tea shop yet. I've been busy with all this running around. I mean, yeah, you're good at this, Snell. Thanks. It's what I do. Once we're finished, I'll make sure to compile it into a paper or proper report for the old lady. Interesting. Expensive material. If you're gonna spend on anything, spend on your boots and your bed. You stand before a simple bed frame. The mattress is extra thick. It's a half and half silk material. How bougie. They're known to allow the sleeper to dream into the ethereal plane. This material goes for extra in every outlet. However, the claim that these contain silk is ridiculous. Anything over a tiny fraction would make the bed half invisible. Thanks, bed. I ain't gonna bother Snell about it. Family. Wouldn't mind bothering about that, though, but... Alright, later, Snell. Did I come down? I guess I didn't. Huh. Is Black Flag good? Everybody raves about it. I've never played, so no idea. My jaunt with Assassin's Creed, the franchise, ended with Ezio. And then I got what was it called? I can't remember what it was called. I got the one that takes place in London or whatever. I got it as a freebie thing. Again, well, not really like bother with it. Didn't catch my interest. But again, I hear Black Flag's quite good. Potted mushroom. Yoink. Did you just rip those mushrooms out of a pot? Why? Why did you do that? What? It was cultivated there. It was a potted mushroom. Oops. Didn't mean to. Wow. Sure. You know what you were doing. Pure evil. Oh no. Nature is yours to mold. Someone worked hard cultivating those. Now you've just taken them. Can I put them back? No. You'll have to live with it. I guess. I think we could put them back. It just would make the person feel even worse, honestly. That's maliciousness at that point. They just came over here, ripped those mushrooms up, and then left the mushrooms anyway. Oof. Oops. Getting punished for my grabby hands. Bad, Luke Goblin. Bad. The heck was that? Also, I'm stuck. There we go. Ma'am, were those your mushrooms by chance? Unbothered, moisturized, happy in her lane. That's the extent of what we got. Human. A friendly greeting. Alright, that's all. I'm kind of just bumbling around until midnight. I guess I could press onward, but now that we don't have Snell, I feel a little naked without my goblin companion. Oh, the devil guy left. What is this? Overgrown, ancient, sort of interesting. Embedded in the earth, you find weather-bitten stone, in the shape of a spiral. Its edges are worn down, smooth almost. Behind you lies the head of what was once a snail statue. Whatever god of symbolism this once denoted, time has ground it down. It is a monument to nothing now. There is something here, but can you understand it yet? Its purpose. Touch the surface. It is cold. Your hands run across the stone, finding it more coarse than you thought. Not smooth like a shark. The ridges in the spiral are even smoother. You find they are not at all coarse. You realize this was most certainly an esoterically constructed art piece. What's more, you do feel the outline of a script? Symbols? Your fingers trace them faintly along the spiral shell of the snail. The symbols do not mean anything to you. If you had comprehend languages, you could understand this script just by touching it. A first-level spell allowing you to understand the literal meaning of spoken and written words. Tell me your secrets, snail. No response. Tell me your secrets, damn it! Punch it. I'm not gonna punch it. That's rude. Excuse me. What's with the snail stuff? Norvik is built upon layers and layers of ruins. One of those layers, one of the oldest, were a snail folk. Thus, you will surely find many of these snail symbols in spiral shapes around the city. Okay. Ooh. Shiny. Don't mind if I do. In Norvik, a pipe like this could lead anywhere. Hello down there. You look down the pipe. Crawl inside now? What? If you had a smaller companion, you would be able to ask them to crawl inside, perhaps. Why is our gut telling us to crawl into here? Try to enter the pipe. You get down on your knees in the dirt and put your helmed face into the entrance of the pipe. You can't seem to get further without immense force. You can do that, just press harder. Into the hole. Gut, what is wrong with you, dude? Why is my gut encouraging me to do this? The diameter of the pipe is not wide enough to support your body, even with no armor and/or added friction-lowering substances. With Dex, which we do not have. Oh, God. You press your entire body towards the entrance of the pipe. Try to wiggle your shoulders together. Wiggle your what? Yes! Compress! You press your entire body towards the entrance of the pipe. Make a squealing noise. That should help. The screech echoes down into the pipe, surely scaring any dangerous creatures lurking in the darkness. Roar. Roar into the darkness. Your power frightens them and yourself. Don't keep this going. You'll hurt yourself. Make a final push. Oh no. Eh, we got the HP. As you press as hard as you can, you first hear something snapping. Then the pain follows. Yes, that was something in your back snapping. Great job. It's time to end this. Oh, wow. You squealed. You're a squealer. Makes it easier. Look, vocalizing, putting your oomph into something, it does help. So we squealed into the pipe. We've pushed as far as we can. This has made this a little more approachable, but that's still not going to be easy for us. Come on, Dex. I never ask you for anything. I'm asking you for this. Just this one. Oh, God. Suddenly, the pipe gives. You hit a flowing rush of ice-cold water as it funnels you forward. Then down. Then... everything is cold. And strangely familiar. Oh, God. Your drenched uniform clings to your flesh in the red rock of Tolstad. You are alive. You realize where you are, or at the very least, an approximation. Right below the entrance to the Goblin Garden. I need to get out of here. What is this? Something in this crack. Yoink. Another crack. You could possibly climb those. Anywhere else for us to go? I don't imagine I'm always going to make my way down here. Okay, well, up we go. Only way up. Shit. Yes, you must. It is highly dangerous, but it seems to be the only way. If only you remembered how to cast Spider Climb. Spider Climb, a second-level transmutation spell, allows you to target, or the target, to move across vertical surfaces with ease and speed by turning their limbs sticky and powerful. You see the silhouette of a goblin up on the ledge. Oh. How you sleeping well, Snell? Hey, you're lucky, cleric. You hear Snell yell from the ledge. One of the lookouts noticed you floating out there. So I got here as fast as I could. I'm assuming you were just fucking around? Please save me, Snell. I'm working on it. Just start climbing or something. You're fast, Snell. Now help me up. Yeah, just focus. He looks around. Alright. Scale the wall of Tolstad? At least my strength's gonna be better, but... I'm not gonna tell him I don't need his help. I want his help. I'm obviously also definitely not, like, far too serious all the time. Let's try. Close, but not enough. You attempt to get a grip, but your hands simply slip off the wet rock. This is not working. You almost slip off the rock entirely, but you do get another shot. Go again. I failed once, but surely not twice. Hell yeah. Steeling yourself and your manly soul, you grip the wet rock. Your right hand, then your left. Place your feet higher up. One step at a time, you slowly pull yourself upwards. Focused, strengthened, with absolute confidence. Come on, reach. Just a bit more. With that final push, you make it. Now please don't do that again, okay? I'm heading back, and seriously, don't. That was close. Yeah, thanks for that, Gut. I trusted you. I trusted you, and this is what you did to me. Well, helped us pass the time, if nothing else. What is this? A tree rising far above, a show of nature's true force. You look up at the branches of a bracken tree. It stands tall in the garden, towering over you. An Ascani tree known for its impervious nature, sometimes called ironwood. The Elysium forest holds the largest collection of bracken in the world. It is majestic. Nature is reaching tall and deep. These roots go below the city, nay, even below the river. Touch the tree. Your hand lands firmly on the bark. Good tree, strong tree. Connecting with the natural world. Well done. How about them branches, though? The wind causes the leaves to dance. Wait. Between the branches, high above. Oh. Is that a hole in the bark? A hollow. Just wide enough. for you to stick your hand inside. Something glimmers up there. Treasure. In a bird's nest. You have a feeling this could end really badly. Then again, risk and reward, right? It could cause great physical harm if you fell from that height, and heights are scary. The branches shudder in a sudden gust. We climb that tree. Return to monkey. You grab onto the trunk, pressing your entire body against the rough bark. You slowly make your way upwards. Oh my god, we're fully in there. No, no, no. Get down. Dex. You failed me before. How about you give me the win now? Oh no! No! Wrapping your body around the trunk, you lift yourself up. The bark is rough enough for you to get a pretty firm grip, despite the vertical nature of this feat you're attempting. One foot, and hand movement after another, each holding on to dear life. You take a deep breath and reach up towards the upper branches. That's when you realize you're nowhere close to where you thought you were. Hold on now. Grabbing onto air is not a good idea as you fumble about. Suddenly the world drops around you. Your feet slip from the bark, your soul falling into hell. An instant later, you hit the ground. Something cracks, sending shooting pain up your leg and arm. So I've now fucked up my back. This is probably also my back, it's just nerve pain. The tree towers over you, taunting you. Shake it off, you've had worse. The leaves are quite big. What's a bracken tree again? Like a birch, but thicker, made by primal forces of Ascani. Yes, yes, yes. We look up. Yes, I know. We can do it. We can do this. Climb that tree. Climb that tree. Dex is going to give me this at some point. I can't get a natural one again, surely. I got 14 of these things. We're doing it. We're doing it. Come on, Dex. Oh my god. Oh god. No! Stop! It wasn't a nat 1 at least. We go again. Come on, stop it. We go again. Climb that tree. Climb that tree. Mathematically, the next one has to happen. Because I say so. Because I say so, damn it. One more. One more. I want that loot. I want that loot so badly. I gotta have it, chat. I got to. Ooh, wait a minute. There we go. See? What was I saying? I knew it. I knew it. I felt it in my jellies. Wrapping your body around the trunk, you lift yourself up. The bark is rough enough for you to get a pretty firm grip, despite the vertical nature of this feat you're attempting. One foot and hand movement after another, each holding on to dear life. You take a deep breath and reach up, finally getting a hold of one of the upper branches. You've done it! Heaving yourself the last way, you get a few you did not expect. A bird's nest, unguarded, full of shiny trinkets. Jackpot, baby! Shove your hand inside the nest. Ooh. Do I want a ring? I don't care about the coins. A ring or a polished stone? Losing to a tree? What do you mean losing? I have successfully mounted the tree. By definition, that's as successful as a man can ever get. I'm gonna grab... I bet you the polished stone is like esoteric, right? I bet you it is. I'm gonna go... What? Can I not just scoop all this up? Ring of protection. Ooh, that was a good grab. Silverware of the finest kind, with a black stone at its center. Okay, so I can scoop up all this. Grab the stone next. Ah, it's a shard of jor. Oh. Gotta kick back on one of those. The bleached white and polished rock doesn't look too valuable until it's in your palm. You feel the tingle. It's magic, baby! We take them coins now. 7 crowns, why not? Thanks, birds! Birds are friend. Potentially food. Retracing your steps, you soon find yourself back on solid ground. Well done, soldier. Well done indeed. Hi, tree. Tree is such a homie. Show me this ring. Dampens high damage. I'd say that's an accessory. I bet you would. I can take off the +1 to wisdom for now. Ain't really bumping my modifier any, so... Dampening high damage is something I could do with. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of Cure Wounds, shall we? +13? Oh, baby. See, I can tumble off trees all damn day, because boy howdy can I heal. I got that good touch. I got that good touch. Hell yeah. Is this back to the... yeah. Well, you know what? Let's go say hi to that sexy sphinx, shall we? Ma'am. Crazy. Crazy stat line. Little one, she says, and looks right through you. Nah. It's there, but I can't bring myself to do it. I could jump into this well now that Snell's not with me. Surely he wouldn't judge me for it. Behold! We did not land... Oof, we didn't get anything from this. Okay. What did our conversation end with her? Behind the counter stands a woman of fiendish origin. Focused on filling up one of the taps, she immediately stops when she notices your approach. A tiefling. Welcome to the Drunk Sphinx. My good lord, a cleric. How lovely to see the city stop by. She gives you her full attention. Name's Rixbitter. I'll be serving you tonight. This woman is a perfect hub of information. Pick her brain. Point at her horns? How did that happen? I want to pick your brain. That could be arranged, she says, and gives you a big smile. I'll pick it real good. Oh, God. That just means I'm going to ask stuff. God. Thank you, that's very kind. I know, I've got a big heart. The biggest, she says with a wink. Oh, God. Oh, God. Maybe having Snell here would have been the thing. He'd be able to pull me out of this. Obvious trap. Obvious trap. She's a federal agent. Actually, I need to make it clear to you that I am not a cleric. No way. Do you think that helps me lean into druid? I don't think it does. So, how'd those horns happen? Oh, she mouths and gives her left horn a pat. Funny story, actually. My family fled the last megastorm of Hoxie. I think it was in the last few years of the Coast War. They were invited to join a Vorgeni guild due to my father's influence as a former diplomat. The megastorm! Like a storm! But mega! Don't happen too often. That's where I was born. So technically, I'm a native of Vorgeni. But to answer your question, both my parents were members of the Houses of Fire. Low-ranking, of course, but still influential in the politics of several smaller coastal towns in the western jungles. And I don't know if you know much about the folk in Hoxie, but let's just say horns are quite a common sight among the highborn. She talks too much. You talk too much, woman. Thank you for the information. No problem. I'm quite proud of the journey I've made, with or without my bloodline backing me. Yeah. I'm totally not a cleric. No way. Oh, no, I'm not wearing the official outfit or anything. Not a cop. You're a cop. You're the tavern owner? Do you have a bunch of information that could help me in my quests? Sure. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask. I know more than most in this sprawling city of ours. This city is not hers. We all share this place. It is as much hers as it is yours. What's up with the gesture towards the beautiful Sphinx? That's oozes. Great gal. She's a giant Sphinx. She's been here since, like, early Gate era. But good luck getting more than that out of her. I actually got her to spill her guts. She kinda wants me. I just gotta convince her of it, that's all. She always drank this much? Yeah, that's the only reason this place stays open. She lets us all hang around her sacred chamber, and in return I get her pumped on some river wine. Cost-wise, it's not that much worse than a regular city rent. I heard her riddle. I think we all did. But good luck. Not often she gives out a personal puzzle like that. It means one thing. Oozes wants to put you to the test, so to speak. How many people have solved one of her riddles? 2. She smirks, that I know of at least. One was a bit more discreet than the other. However, I promised to keep it a secret, so... Aw, come on. Come on, you totally want to tell me. The cop, not a cop. You're a cop? Tell me who. Ooh, she will. Fine, I'll say, but promise not to tell anyone. The first one is sort of a myth these days, but it was your god, good cleric, Earth. Earth solved the Sphinx's trial? Yep. I wasn't here to witness it, of course, but that's what Oz has told me. And if you can't trust the ancient Gyne Sphinx, then who can you trust? And the second? A year ago, I caught a certain fellow entrepreneur having a chat with Ozus, and I ended up getting a glimpse of their convo. It was Viskin. You know, the local mortician? Ozus won't talk about it, but he totally solved one of her riddles and got something in return. No idea what, but hey, you didn't hear from me. She says, and winkoos. Of course it was Vixen, man. I hope that we don't have to deal with Vixen. There's no way we could, right? There's no feasible way we could possibly confront a lich. That's just not possible. Thanks for telling me about the Sphinx. No problem, she says with a wide grin. What you know about the tea shop? It blew up. She looks shocked. People keep saying that. Right? Very strange. She gives you a quick shrug. Wasn't here. Not usually on Tolstad over noontime. I'm more of a night gal, obviously. So I'm not much help, sadly. I've just heard the regular. But I can recommend talking to the kid up at the kiosk. His brother comes in here often, and I overheard him talking about it. Well, that's helpful, thanks. No problem, cleric. Tell me about the owner of the tea shop, though. Drummer? He's a real piece of work. Like, I'm impressed that he kept that tea shop afloat for so long, but... Look, I just know the rumors, Kay. Falsehoods. Oh, rumors. Do I love rumors? Just tell me. Drummer kept the tea shop full of Asgalists, mostly young ones. But supposedly he'd been working with the Freestriders on the side. Like some kind of spy, she laughs. Tee-hee, could you imagine? Has he come here often? Nah. Or well, yeah. Is that a maybe? Look, I see him around. He's not a regular, but when he does show up, he's loud and wants to perform. You know. She gestures, drumming on the counter. Not the greatest patron. Do you think he blew up the tea shop himself? Trying to collect on insurance or something? No. She shakes her head and repeats her answer. No, that bird couldn't make a ballsy move like that. Now, run away from it, for sure. That's what I'd expect. And indirectly, I'd be surprised if he's not at least a little to blame. Where do you think he's at? Well, I do remember him mentioning something of an escape plan one time. Yeah, that sounds very relevant. The bird was drunk, okay? Muttered something about covering every liability, and how his escape plan was... Look, I thought it was a bad joke. But he said, from what I can recall, that his plan was to sneak into a crate and ship himself to Reed's. Idiotic! You'd have to survive for weeks in a tiny cramped space. Some bird folk can survive for months without sustenance. And if he had friends on board, they could just let him out after they passed the immigration control. I mean... We said it was idiotic, but then we kind of gave an explanation that makes it believable it could maybe work. Like, it could happen for him. Bird is smarter than I thought. She shrugs, drunken ramblings, but if I were you, I'd check Water Lane. All right, thank you, Rick Spitter. Do you know a man called Frank, son of Frank? Your question causes her to let out a hearty laugh. No, I'm afraid I haven't, she eventually manages to tell you. Sorry, cleric. She cannot help you. How about a paladin? You seen any of those badasses around? She shakes her head. Don't expect to find much. I haven't seen Lord Gorm for weeks. What's he look like? Big guy, Earthguard-like outfit, but with more gold? Not the type you'd like to arm wrestle. Other than that, green eyes, blonde, long hair. The perfect man, I guess. Did he wear a helmet? Oh no, never actually. He always showed off those golden locks. A clear sign of corruption. What sort of man would choose to show skin instead of iron? Guess his proclivity for vanity very much surpassed your own, cleric, she says with a playful smile. You ever hear him say something suspicious? She laughs. Look, drunkards say all kinds of shit. Can't read too much into it. What did you hear? Mostly a bunch of ranting about how every single political entity in the city should be burned to the ground. Some typical pro-human slogans. You know the stuff. So Lord Gorm is a fascist. Got it. Oh God. All of these are Alright. She laughs. Might be simplifying the issue a bit, but sure. You know where I can find him? I hear all kinds of rumors, cleric. Either he's cracked under the pressure and started living as a fisherman or beggar on Water Lane, or he's died in the tunnels below fighting undead abominations, or he's jumped on a ship to Muletown. Maybe Lord Gorm wants to head out into the infinite wastes through Toll's Pass. Toll's Pass, the valley containing the inland end of River Torna, as well as the farthest reaches or stretches of Norvikian civilization, known for its rare mineral deposits, the terrible barnacle goose, and almost as horrific esoteric storms. The hell's the barnacle goose? A black-feathered, medium-sized goose, known to consume travelers up in Toll's Pass. Terrifying. Either way, I don't think you're going to find him, cleric. But maybe there's some clues as to his fate somewhere here in Tolstead. Who knows? You know him? I've handed him drinks a few times, exchanged a few words, so sure, I know him. All right, thank you, ma'am. What are you voting in the election? That's a cheeky question. Don't worry, I will not repress your political opinions. I'm apolitical. Promise? Press a hand against your cheek and scream, I swear, Lady Ricksbitter! She's taken aback by her exclamation. You've made this woman very happy. Well, shit. It's known to happen on occasion, maybe. What was it? Mr. Strokeback? I believe it was, yes? Early on, I thought about voting for the Agricultural Party. They had a big focus on small business owners. That's me. But obviously they moved over to a bigger worker class focus and are now completely swallowed by Asgalism. So now I'm leaning towards the Free Striders. They want to build up the economy and increase trade, which will directly make my life so much easier. Plus, it's hard to ever vote for the nationalists when they want my kind to be a second-class citizen. Huh. Fuck fascism, give her a high five. Okay. Why not vote green? I don't know. I was hoping for an apolitical stance here, but... You like the Agricultural Party? Liked. They had a neat manifesto, okay? Freedom of movement and business type shit. Why not vote green? She holds up a hand and gives you an incredulous look. I like to keep my profits, duh. Fair enough. Fuck fascism, high five. She enthusiastically meets your hand in a satisfying smack. Hell yeah. A foolish performative act. So you're a Free Strider then? Hey, just because I'll vote for him doesn't mean I'm dedicated for life. They happen to be the most useful for my business, nothing else. Practical. Alright, oh look. That's all politics for now. Okay. How about you, Ricksbitter? Please do dive on in, Cleric. Anything in particular you'd like me to rant about? You devil or demon, fiend? Jeez. Tell me about your business. My favorite topic. I've got several businesses, in fact. Some people call me a bit of a serial entrepreneur. Yeah, tell me everything. Let's hear it. We'd be here all day. Oh, gods. But I can do a quick rundown if you want. Sure, I started off in printing, believe it or not. This was so many years ago at this point. There was a great boom in the industry right when my horns were budding. Did you know we had over 12 papers in circulation at its peak? Crazy! I ended up with way more capital than anticipated, which gave me the opportunity to invest quite heavily. And you know me, she says and winks. You do not. I took on big risk for big reward. A little bit of agriculture, a little bit of politics, signed some deals with the Free Striders, some with the agriculturalists, or whatever they call themselves these days. My main business today is actually textile manufacturing. Started a mill 2 years ago with the most inspirational woman you've ever met. Suffragettes, widows, immigrants, or Navikians alike. Suffragettes, an activist group formed by dwarven women in the early days of the suffrage movement. When human women began joining the group, they eventually won over the palace, and universal suffrage was ordered. We're building a new world of feminine industry. She's giving a chance to those who often cannot make their own wage. Wonderful. She's exploiting women who have been left behind by their communities. Awful. This tavern was born out of my meeting with Oozes. She nods her head in the direction of the massive sphinx at the end of the chamber. She's guarded this place for centuries? Millennia? Gods only know how long. Even our good Lord Earth just let her be. Our Lord saw this divine being and allowed her to continue her sacred mission. But I managed to get her to open up a bit. A few drinks later, and we've got a contract signed. To convince a sphinx, a creature sent by the very high gods, to alter her life's mission. This woman must be highly persuasive. Today, it's a highly successful establishment with patrons from all around the world. Things are a bit slow these days with the whole tea shop drama. But alas, things will pick up soon again, I'm sure. That is not how you use alas in a sentence. How'd you end up here? Long story. Oh, gods. I'll keep it short, as I'm sure you've got better things to do. Look, I'm burning time, lady. I got like another hour or two to just sit around. Essentially, family from Hazi was born in Vorgeni, raised in Reeds during the worst of the revolution. Left my family behind and came here to start anew. Now I'm building businesses left and right. Asken is a wonderful land full of promise. I love it here. She leans in and smirks. Thank you so much for taking in an outcast like myself, Clary. She's too close. Tell her to back off. Cooties! You're welcome, citizen. I am. She shows her sharp teeth in a bright smirk. What's your mother's maiden name? Am I... She squints. Am I allowed to say that? Isn't that a curse thing? Like, knowing the true name of a devil or something? No, it's the name of your mother-in-law you should keep secret. Heyo. Really? No idea. I mostly just make shit up. Alright, well, let's just move on and I'll keep that a secret. Just in case, okay? She winks at you. Winku. How do I get to the Undercoast, ma'am? I don't know. She points downwards. Head down until gravity flips? Never been myself. This is... I don't want to, like... Nah, we're not doing the whole honor fiend thing. Alright, no more personal questions. Oh, too bad. That's it for now. Thank you, citizen. I guess we haven't hit the market, right? We haven't hit the market. I don't want to throw, because I'm considering throwing just all the money at this sad performing goblin, but I'm gonna wait. We can find her tomorrow and shower her in what coins we've scraped together from trash bins. If we don't make use of it ourselves. Got 2 more hours to burn. Let's go check in on the Lich, yeah? You got anything new to add at this hour? Yeah, I heard you solved Oozes' riddle. You are better at investigations than I imagined, cleric. Yes, I completed one of her riddles. What was your riddle? It was a test, if anything, about fire, life, and death. That is all I can say. Oh, are you bound by some oath? No, cleric. I am simply being courteous. To Oozes? He nods. To the Sphinx. So you know Oozes then? She is aware of me. We do not fraternize, but I do not enjoy angering her. Yeah, that whole being snapped out of existence with a bat of her paw would be very problematic for most. I don't want to ask for his help solving my riddle. That's all I wanted to ask about. Okay. Thank you, bye. Howdy, Melchior, what's good? What's our little kobold menace up to? Wiggling his little clawed feet, the kobold follows your every move with cold, unflinching yellow eyes. Even the small blade can fell a giant. Yeah, he's pretty terrible. Let's not anger him. Any new questions? Nope. Alright, thank you for time, kobold. Let's not anger the big killer kobold. Have I watched the new Ghost in the Shell? New one? How new? I guess if there's a new one, then no. I'm only familiar with what's at this point an older one. It just came out, then definitely not. Did you? Was it any good? Did they do it justice? I hope. Like 2 to 3 days ago. Yeah, no, definitely missed out on it. Didn't even know it was happening. Ooh. Well, I guess it is getting nighttime. She left, probably to go to sleep. I hope it's not an issue that I didn't find her come back after midnight-ish. Very close to the original manga. That can be good, but also can be... It's not a one-to-one, right? They are different mediums for a reason. Also, you do say very close, which isn't an exact one-to-one. Okay. kind of an interesting choice. I don't want to piss off this angel again, man. I think we're already on quite bad terms with her. What is this? Old guard tower. It's not that it's bad, but it's totally different. You know, that's kind of exactly where my mind went with that. That sounds like quite, because that's a big part of, at least for me, that's a big part of what made it charming, was how serious it was. Maybe not charming, but like what kind of captured me with it. Many years ago. The idea of making that series not is at least intriguing. I'm not sure how well it would gel, though. I guess it depends if it was good. If it was good, then, you know, be fine. Woven stone broken in half. Pure violence. Oh boy. This is dwarven stone. They said that that's... You ain't easily damaging dwarven stone. Made Motoko very bubbly and sarcastic with a lot of personality. Interesting. Oh, come here. Come here, you. Damn it, got away too quickly. A bunch of site safety rules, then it says, if broken, contact your local union representative. Oh, the heck am I up to the roof? Go to the roof. As being a gremlin? That's certainly a choice. Letter wedged in between some roof tiles. Resistance note. I don't like the -2 to wisdom, but... What is this? Can we read it? A handwritten note entitled, Important Notice to Resistance Members of Tolstad. That sounds like a good organization. Tonight's ting is cancelled. Meet up tonight on Water Lane instead. It's time to stop the chant. It's signed by R. The chant? A locally produced newspaper by Asgal authors. Water Lane? Oh, we know what... Yeah. You know what Water Lane is. Don't be stupid. It's right down below, you know, the underground port. Largest port in the city. Closest path is probably through Pillar Crossing. When's this meeting? This evening, it seems. Tonight should mean something like between 1900 and midnight. Military time, damn it. Between 7 and midnight or something. You're gonna try to give it more of a chance? It sounds like something you'd have to give give it its fair shake and try to get all the way through and then look back on it. Because it's impossible to not compare it to some degree to what you've already known, right? But maybe it can, by the end of it, maybe it can be just good enough for its own thing. Kinda. It's weird. It's weird to take something that's like as big as what that is and then try to feel that way about it. I don't know how well that really can translate, but it comes down to a personal bias, like just how close, near and dear the OG hits for you, right? Ooh, what's that? Something stuck to the gear. Stress cube? The cogs keep spinning. Oh, you notice something. A shiny red thing stuck to the inner part of the top wheel. The didundum. It's called the didundum. You approach the cog, and the sticky red thing stuck to it. Cube. Slang for gelatinous cube. A gelatinous cube? A mindless yet dangerous cubic ooze. They are near impossible to spot due to their translucent nature. and digest anything within their grasp with a horrendously acidic substance. They are common within dungeons, used as both guards and cleanup. In the Didendum. Dididum? Didendum. Ah, the Didendum, I see. It's the radial distance from the pitch circle down to the bottom land. Yes! But the bottom land, also known as the tooth root by some lesser engineers, is the actual flat or curved surface at the very base of that valley. You know this well! Why exactly? You read about it in a book once. It was a very old guide to machinery written before the Coast War. Cool. Might come in handy. Of course it will! Alright, well, my knowledge of the cogs shall be great, and that's going to help me significantly. -10 difficulty. There's a chance. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Like, the edgy, dark and broody is certainly a common thing back then, but it's, like I said before, it's kind of a weird thing for something as big as what Ghost in the Shell is. I want to say was, but is in general. It's hard to detach from that, no matter what it overtly was originally. If it was dark and broody and serious, and it was good. I think that's what it ultimately boils down to, is that it was good, and you're gonna have to kind of like struggle with that separation because you know something was good and it's what you've associated to it. So it's easier said than done to give it a fair shake when you have the context of a thing you love. We see it a lot with franchises and series and movies nowadays in general. Big IPs. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't try. It can also be good, just different, right? Your brother watched it, said it was great? I hear a lot of great things about Vampire Hunter D. I've never seen it. That was one of them like years ago when I was hoping to give it a shot and catch it, but that's one that I've never managed to get the time or sit down and give a fair shake. Which is a shame, because it sounds interesting. Oh, come on, man. Why, Dex? Why? You swipe in a hand, and pull it back. Pull it back, now. That doesn't seem to do anything. What? It's stuck. What? Yeah, this is bad. Scream, howl, shout. Your fingers! Your gods be damned fingers! Get pulled down. Oh no. The pain blinds you, but you feel it. The fall. Hit the ground. Oh! +1. Well, you're alive. Somehow. That was fucking awful, but it was so close. Your greed is sickening. That's nothing has ever been more apt and accurate. Leave the giant cog, ? Alone. Are you kidding me? Hell no, I'm not gonna leave it alone. Glance at the ladder. Those cogs, they could swallow you. Oh. What kind of man? No. What kind of human cannot climb a simple ladder for 20 short feet? It would be embarrassing for anyone of any age to fail this. I have disadvantage on this? Why? An esoteric tingle leads me astray. Something is actively trying to fuck with me? Ooh. Alright. Well, if it's gonna try and do that, then you know what? I'm gonna hit the cure wounds real quick. Do I do it again? I took a lot of damage. I'm gonna do it again. Actually, wait. Hold on. I got a lot of apples, and we're about to get a spell that makes us apples daily too, so. Mooch. Mooch, mooch. Mooch. And one more mooch. We climb. Yeah, let's go up. This is the first time we've seen something's trying to mess with us esoterically. Oh, come on. Come on. Taking a confident step onto the ladder, you begin your climb. How many nat ones have I gotten already today? 2, 3? You close your eyes as you do so in order to fully immerse yourself in the experience of changing your elevation. You are afraid. It is very high. Yet your body remains calm. Wait. Your left foot, it's not on the ladder anymore. That's not good. Your right foot. That one's gotta be on the ladder, right? I'm afraid to say that no. Both of your feet have slipped off the ladder, as your entire being is fading into nothing on the floor of this random roller mill of Tolstad. I'm dead? This is just... no. This does not make sense. You are a servant of Earth. You've dedicated your entire adult life to serve him. This is not how you are rewarded. No. No, yeah, no. You are... oh, wait a minute. Was this forced to happen? I refuse this end. Reach out. Not yet. Not like this! Grab onto anything you can. You still have work to do. The world distorts around you. You were falling. Then you were not. What did I do? This is an esoteric event! Your mind can barely register it. Your body is on the verge of breaking, every moment a painful reminder of the 1,000 others who failed just like you just did. You will not come out of this unscathed. I'm scared. I'm not dead anymore? Look, we got one stat. That one stat is wisdom. DC of 1, attempt to pull the strings. You follow them as they dance. One seems to go good, but it is far away. Yet it is moving closer. By what force? Is it him? If I just choose don't go though, do I die? I'd accept game over? Oh, look. Oh, whoever it might be. Thanks for the string, homie. What? Is anything in a goddamn's quest? Eh? You are at the top of the ladder. How bizarre. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. You have successfully spread the idea of democracy simply by asking people what they are voting for. Everyone is now better off thanks to your extremely helpful behavior. I wasn't doing it for that. I was doing it just to be able to, like, continue the apolitical gag, but sure, we done a good thing. Take root. Hey, you've been doing great work out there. I'm assuming this is about the asking people about the election thing? Hells yeah. You know what that makes you? A herald. A democratic herald. Doesn't that sound nice? But I hate democracy. What exactly does that mean? Someone who spreads the word. Someone who gets people engaged with the democratic process. Look, this is what the new world is all about. People talking to each other, sharing ideas, debating, listening. Every conversation is a little spark of democracy igniting. And you? You're fanning those flames. So here's the thing. All that talking, it's energizing. When you engage with people about what matters, when you get them thinking, discussing, caring, it fills you up. Makes you feel alive. Do I not get any other choice? Great question. In this case, you're just way too aware of the fact that you have absolutely no chance of ever subverting, changing, affecting this particular democratic process. And you obviously can't stop yourself from spreading the word, no matter what that word is. So here's the thing. All that talking, it's energizing. When you engage with people about what matters, fills you up, makes you feel alive. Now tell me more about this, though, before I accept it. Every time you ask someone what they're voting for, you feel a surge of vitality. It's the excitement of democracy in action. I get... Oh, it's not even 1. I regain a 1d4 hit point each time I ask someone what they're voting for. Hilarious. I love democracy. So here's the thing. Yeah. I don't even have another choice. Dexterity was straight with me. He's like, look, man, it's happening. That's the spirit. Welcome to the new world, Harold. Good talk, Dex. Thanks for that. Oh boy. Alright. Looks fine enough to me, I suppose. Oh boy. This better not go to shit again. It probably will. It's a DC 8. I'm gonna use the shard. Come on. Yeah. Let's do it. Okay. Whew. You swipe in a hand and quickly pull it back with the thing. Yes! Smooth as hells. Hey, cool. It's a stress cube. That brings you back. All the kids used to go crazy over these. You know, the ones who called you Apple Boy. Apple Boy. What? Yeah, this isn't a great childhood memory for me. A toy for a child. A slice of a real gelatinous cube. You could probably sell this for a quick buck next week. Until then, maybe give it a squeeze. Can help you out with the nerves. Maybe I will. Since it does seem kinda needed for us at this point. Although I don't know what I would want to give up for it. I gotta get my damn prayer book fixed. That really doesn't do anything for me. Today they're illegal, probably because they can technically still dissolve human flesh, albeit very, very slowly. Yeah, +1 doesn't do anything for me, so whatever. Is this gonna... You approach the ladder once more. A long way to fall. This time should be easier. Take the first step on the ladder and then you are at the... Okay. Woo. Oh gods, there's several stale baked goods here. Yes! Cardamom treat, don't mind if I do. Workers kept more than ledgers in their archive. I see. Near the water, don't fall in again? What if I did, though? A wooden door blocks your path. Feel the handle. Oh yeah, lock tight. Neither of these are happening. Even with advantage, that's... yeah. That Dex ain't gonna happen. I'm good. Maybe when we have Snell with us, he might be able to help or something. Sneaky Snell, you know? Hello, friend. Don't I got just the thing for you. Embrace the druid. What do you mean no reason? Behold, a regular non-giant crab. Thing looks giant to me. It's a crab on the rock, one of the greatest of the Ascani creatures, the Norvikian river crab. Official name, Tornian crawler. It does a little shimmy. Pet the crab? Of course I want to pet the crab. Can I not use speak with animals? I can't. It's an animal, man. Why can't I speak with him? Ridiculous. Useless spell. Pet the crab. You reach forth and the crab immediately snips it onto your index finger. Huh? Panic. The crab pincers grip your finger hard. Hard. Your index will come off soon. Help. Ow. Please let go, Mr. Crab. It says ... and does not let go. Being polite always helps. Speak with animal would get you out of this much easier. Now you're gonna let me use it? I wanted to start with this game. Your magic causes you to hear a tiny sound from the crab. A sound that turns into a squeaky voice. Got your pincher! Ain't I a stinker? The crab says in a tone of voice that reminds you of the most annoying person you've ever met. Please let me go, crab. Okay, since you asked so nicely. When your index is released, you immediately feel the blood begin to flow once more. What's it like being a crab, dude? It's great! What do you like about being a crab? It's great. Snip with hands. He snips his pincers. A happy crab. Happy crab's a good crab. What's your name, little dude? I'm Crimity. Cool name. Thanks. Crimity the crab. Do you have any information for me? Oh yes, I do. Did you know that there's an abundance of worms at the riverbank this time of year? There always is. It's causing me to gain a few pounds. The ladies will love it. Ladies? That's it for now. An instant later, the crab's voice disappears. What are you voting in the election? Democratic Herald healed me. It makes no noise in reply to your question. What you know about the tea shop? Snips with its pincers once. It's not very helpful, Criminy. It snips again. Yeah, is this not like... I got one left. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. Are you allowed to loiter here? No response. Citizen. Be good, Crabbity. Crimity? Crimity, Crabbity. Crabbity, Crimity. Conquest by river, by land, by heart. So say Earth, I guess. A statue of Earth. You approach the shrine. And yes, this little figurine does still count as a shrine. I suppose. I don't need to prepare other spells, I don't think. Or did I get... I don't think I got anything else. Shouldn't I move it? It's like in the middle of the road. No. It has chosen its path. What? The figure of Earth. This is a makeshift shrine meant to stand exactly where it is and where it might go. Ready to serve whoever needs him the most. Just like you. Alright, strength. The never-sleeping docks of Waterlane right below here. Gobbo, can I help you? No? We're getting closer to midnight. These pipes connect with the vast sewer system of Tolstad. Nice outfit, human. A cleric, huh? Bad news. Alright, Gobbos. No quirky or like sneaky little chime there? Nothing? Alright. They usually do that for the... Oh shit, is that a griffin? That there looks like a griffin to me. What is this? Citizens? Behold. Damn, that was a good roll. Level 1, unemployed. The next generation, a late-stage teenager representing all young men among the Earthfolk. Statistically, it could be worrying. If all young men today feel as lost and unemployed as this one, then everything must be going to shit. At least he's politically active. That might also be a worrying detail. Young men with little to lose and everything to gain are, historically speaking, a common driving force behind world-changing conflicts. If the old guard nationalists do not represent them, if freestriderism does not support them, if Asgalism is way too progressive, then what phrase will these rumblings lead us along? Didn't land the 20, though. But he sounds like he's a punk. Understood. Stairs down. We already... Is this... I did think that was the girl she was talking about. Oh, I guess she ended up finding her anyway. I failed my quest. Also... You cast some fireball, kid? Torna, the first of the river guilds. I'd like to... No, I don't want to talk to her. I want to talk to this guy. There we go. A tense scene. Oh, a cleric, just in time. 4 young guys, each looking a bit nervous. Except the angry-looking blonde kid. We've confiscated the illegal goods, he says and bows his head. For the city. He turns his head towards one of the kids behind him. How's it going, Earth niece? I'm trying, hold on. Oh, is he trying to set fire? Point at the lanky kid trying to cast the cantrip. Knock that off. He freezes and gives the blonde kid a nervous look. Oh. Sorry, cleric. You see Rollo waving towards him, a gesture for him to ignore your comment. I'm Rollo, the blonde kid says and takes a bow. Rollo Moloch, at your service. Behind me are Earth niece, Sten Buskin and Toli. We're members of the Norvikian Resistance, a movement to... You're thieves and ignorant book burners. Girl adjusts her spectacles and straightens her back. With all due respect, Mr. Cleric, she says, don't believe a word from these thugs. You notice the 2 other girls behind her, a halfling and a dwarf, both look at each other. Assholes. Careful, it's an actual cleric. Thugs? Come on, Modissa, really? Like the AY aren't just a bunch of ruffians? Yeah. Is there a problem here? Problem's taken care of, Lord Cleric. Oh, fuck off. They've stolen, she hisses, then turns to Rollo to bark out. You stole our entire water lane delivery. Yeah, sure, of an illegal newspaper. Lord Cleric, I assure you we're doing the city a favor here. I see, it's a lover's quarrel. Oh, God. I kind of love this just to, like, throw him off. Well, it might not throw off Blondie here, but I kind of want to see if it does. What? No! He's blushing. The girl gives you an incredulous frown, and she's disgusted. Lord Cleric? I dig it. I'm the Lord Cleric. We could just spiral down this. It gets even worse. We become the Lord Cleric. We're sticking to Druid, damn it. Wait a second. I need to correct something here. I'm not actually a cleric. You're not? The guy behind him starts to stutter out. What are you then? Like what? I'm more of a druid, really. A druid? A primal spellcaster, often balanced keeping actors across the and below the coast. Known to commune with flora and fauna. So we shouldn't call you a cleric then? It gets even worse. I don't trust you to address me properly, so Lord Master Cleric is fine, or something akin. Just stare at him and breathe loudly? That's not... These are just kids, man. For legal reasons, you can keep calling me Cleric. Blonde kid just nods slowly. He does not understand you. Alright. I'm sensing a conflict here. We're here to uphold the law, right? So arrest these assholes, now! The dwarf grabs her hand and holds her back. Modissa, calm down, please. Point at the Asgall girl. You! Explain your side. She scoffs. Okay, fine. Her dwarven friend mutters, Modissa? Copper press fever added. We deliver papers for the Asgallian chant. Maybe you've heard of it? It's a pretty big deal. Paper is not terribly popular, but it is known for radical articles and political stances. She draws a sharp breath. We have a busy schedule, and right as we started delivering the papers on Waterlane, these pieces of shit started following us. Taking papers we've just delivered right out of people's mailboxes. That's illegal, right? Asked the halfling girl. I mean, I don't know about the setting, but yeah, that's highly illegal. Of course it's illegal. Your opinion does not even register. She does not even hear it. Insolent behavior. She does not care for your opinion on the legality of mail theft. How rude. And then they grab one of our paper stacks from Zerba. Like, straight up assault and theft, and... Odessa, it wasn't... They can't get away with this. It was probably not that bad. Poor girl. Alright. Boy, what's going on here? First of all, thank you for listening to reason. I know we look like some dumb kids, but we're not. Burning the written word does nothing to dispel such a notion. He gestures towards you and then to himself. We're on the same team here. I don't look dumb. Give him a hug. You're not dumb, big fella, but you need to stop trying to cast that cantrip. Stop stalling and tell me what you're doing here. So, we heard about the Asgall chant being delivered on Tolstad, or I did, at the guild. I work at the fishery, and I see every day how Earth folk get radicalized by dwarven nonsense. So, I figured I'd get the boys with me and we'd, do something radical. Put a stop to it. Through violence and terror? We, couldn't figure out where the thing was printed or anything. A lot of copper press zines don't really have official companies behind them. Especially trash like the chant you hear coming from the short kid in the back. Go fuck yourself, Tolly. Hey, relax. I'm telling our story here, to the good Lord Cleric. He turns back to you and coughs once. Of course, it's illegal to distribute unlicensed papers in every official district. So I ask around. Apparently, someone saw these girls at the university going around delivering it. Wasn't that difficult to figure out. It was Modissa doing the deliveries. Fucking Modissa. She's not allowed to do that, large kid in the back says with a nod. Turn to the girls. They don't like you, do they? They don't like women in general, she says with a frown. Back in school, everybody knew who Modissa was. The Asgallist annoyance, the blonde kid says with a grin. Such a terrible nickname, unimaginative and boring. Also, fuck you. Dwarven propaganda. Stinky dwarves. Anyway, that's how we got here. They're delivering an illegal magazine and we put a stop to it. He grins wide and proud. What does the law say about this conflict? The Asgall chant, or whatever silly name its anonymous publisher gave it, is not licensed for distribution in Tolstad. Requiring licenses for public distribution is a typical method to repress journalistic intent in Norbik. The city knows that terrible papers should not be given out. At the same time, it is also illegal to steal delivered newspapers from mailboxes, even if those papers are delivered illegally. Both are in the wrong. In different ways. Yes. Although it's clear that the boys are bullies and the girls are victims. What are you guys voting in the election? The Workers' Party, she says. Duh. Same for me. The dwarf raises her hand carefully. Yeah. And these stupid boys are obviously voting for the party of Norbik. No, we're not. None of us are. Yeah, fuck that. What? Yeah, no. The silent kid in the back raises his fist into the air. Fuck the establishment. Rolo nods to the cleric. There are deeper forces at work here, man. Divine forces. You should obviously vote for me! What, you're not voting for anything? Indeed. We're not voting. At all. He looks insanely proud. Not a bad choice, considering this mess. Oh, God. This is not... I have to for the bit. But this is not, like, the right situation to do this. You're apolitical. That's impressive. I am also apolitical. I don't engage with politics. How would you know? Apolitical? That's not a thing. It's a thing. What? Really? My aunt's apolitical. She says it's too much to think about with democracy. She liked it when Earth ruled. My dad says the same, but he'll be voting for the nationalists. Oh. That's what my aunt does too. Maybe she's not apolitical. Guys, focus. We, the blonde kid says, gesturing to his three friends, we are fighting the evil powers, ready to establish a true resistance to anti-human sentiments. For Earth. The girl with the creased brow sighs loudly. Earth be blessed. Take my God out of your mouth, kid. Interesting sentiment. Yeah. I could just charm one of them, right? That would be a solution. Tell them you've made up your mind and then cast it on one of them. Oh, God. Okay, I've come to a conclusion. Good, she says and nods. She's hiding a nervous expression. Great, good. He's outwardly very nervous. Oh, boy. There's gotta be a compromise here. If they're both in the wrong... If I gotta fall back on it, I'll charm the shit out of one of these dumbass kids. Which might get difficult if I try to compromise. If I went for it now, I could walk up to him, charm person, tell him to fuck off, problem solved. But let's see if we can't get them to see that they're both in the wrong. Yeah. Perhaps, but you must engage in a deep meditative form of empathy in order to achieve it. Well, what would you know? We hit him with the old lover's quarrel. Find a middle ground solution that nobody's happy with. Sounds appropriate. Sounds about right. Ooh, close. It is time for a compromise. Both of you, listen up. Your calm and determined voice rings out across the street. Tell the girls, you can't deliver your paper. Tell the boys, and you can't steal it. But you can't deliver it. That's what I've been saying. And you can't take it. The blonde kid grits his teeth, and he grabs a stack of papers and tosses it across. Oof. Modissa grunts as she catches it, and she immediately turns to you. What do you mean? We have every right to... No. Delivering without a license. Fine. Harumph. The boys quickly disperse, muttering among themselves. Don't, the dwarf girl tells Modissa as she strolls up to you. Hey, Mr. Cleric, you know we're just going to deliver these anyway, right? Just do it a bit later so that blonde kid doesn't notice. I just told you not to do it, damn it. And now you're coming up here and trying to pick a fight? I was wise. I was empathic. Striking that middle ground, a compromise that I succeeded with my role, and now you want to come up here and pick a fight? Modissa? If I catch you doing that, you're heading to the stockade, kid. As you answer, she turns and walks away. Little shit. God, kids are the worst. Alright, what was this? Take root, young and dumb. Trouble brewing. Young women running around the streets, slinging Asgulus propaganda to unsuspecting citizens. Boys causing chaos in the name of some hapless, magazine-inspired rebellion. This cannot be tolerated. No, it can't. These damn kids on my lawn causing chaos? Indeed. This must be solved. With the might of the state, we shall... The Asgul youths did nothing to warrant such pushback. This era is one of communication. Ideas interchanged freely between a populace of free-minded thinkers. Folk dreaming of an egalitarian potential. However, the problem lies with the unfortunates who break and sear Folkarian thought with reckless unkindness. Folkarian, concerned with or seeking to promote the welfare of all folk around the coast. You must pray for them, beg of them, to please stop being so mean. Yeah, do you really think that's gonna work? One can wish. One should also be a little more aware of reality. Those boys might be unkempt and rough, but they are proud citizens of a great city. They are performing a service, albeit a crude one beyond the realm of law. But the youth Asguls, they are even more unlawful, to a much steeper degree. The Asgul girls were just doing a technically criminal crime. The boys were doing multiple literal, actual fire-related crimes. Well, they were attempting to, at least. They didn't get there yet. Yeah, how's a steeper strength? Steeper! Good retort. Thanks for the explanation. I don't know why I expected anything more. How do you calculate that degree of unlawfulness? Entirely through the morality of their behavior. Which means... feelings. Feelings. Yes. You are feeling like the boys are in the right. What has happened here is a complication upon society, a representation of the wider culture. Young men are drawn towards the rough, downtrodden world of the dreamers. The hope of national unity through a Arthurian story, one of leadership and honor. But without that guiding star, there's no such singularity, no control, no wise king to bend the knee to. Instead, those boys are simply expressing pain through violence, enacted onto those who are attempting to craft a more caring future. That is, young women. They, as opposed to young men, are drawn towards a more social type of unity, with welfare and Asgalian, flattened hierarchical structures. Beyond Asgul himself, who is, by his function, also a male figure, it is to womanly people you shall look towards. Lady Fair is one. A halfling god? Yes, Lady Fair and those not, the walking god who gave everything to save her people. Lady Fair and those not, a young halfling leads her clan through a mountain pass and defends it for 3 days and 3 nights. She is known to be responsible for the founding of the Ford Nip Commonwealth. Her words are few, but spread far across the coast. Her church is quite active among Norvikian society, as an organization of charity, one open to all folk, no matter their origin. An egalitarian dream. This is why women, as harsh as it is to say, are simply more suited for Norvikian leadership. Lady Fair makes it clear. A house held by woman stands any season. But I want to lead in the future, and I'm not a woman. Does that mean... Good. I have no interest in the future and or any type of leadership. I want to stay in the darkness and wither away. Wow. Feel like there should be some middle ground here. What about a house held by a person never falls? That's catchy, right? Right? I agree. Women clearly build a more thoughtful and caring world for us all. Feel like a good man for thinking such egalitarian things. Oh, God. Look, this is all shit take here. What about a person, though? There is something so powerful about dreams. Ideas spreading from man to woman, woman to man. But the Asgalian dream is not a blessing. It is a smile wrought in pain. A vision of 1,000 layers of intersected nets and labels, tangling every person, ensnaring them into oppressor or oppressed. And there is oppression. There are unfair hierarchies. The world is corrupt, but not fundamentally. If these boys are pushing back against Asgalism, that is only natural. It is an ideology which pushes a foundational belief that they are, naturally, oppressively superior. If a young man grows up in squalor, finding zero advantages from him being a man among patriarchs, nor any power from being a human, especially if he grows up with non-human clusters, something many of the poorest humans do. When he is unable to find a job at age 19 and has almost no political, societal, or economic power in his life, which dream do you think he would believe in? The one calling him to fight to reclaim what is his by right? A good life as a future patriarch? Or the one calling him an oppressor? It does not call him an oppressor. That is an unfair reading. Asgalism is about systemic change. That young man is trapped in the same cycle of violence that all men find themselves, since the dawn of time, that he must fight. He must be a patriarch to have that good life. Asgalism would lay the foundation that allows him to be free from these burdens. He would be free to find that job, that good life, with the same prospects as everyone else. That foundation is laid by raising women to the forefront, by allowing them to flatten our hierarchies and bring about a new world. All right, game. We swung the doors open onto it here. We're going full throttle on the the agenda now. Suppose if a man already has it pretty terrible in a world where he's supposed to be at top, then a world where his advantages are gone would seem even worse. I'm sure there's a female perspective here somewhere as well, but I've only really read about that in Mom's books. My mom would know. Seems to me like it's more of a branding issue. The Asgalists need to be more in tune with the economic aspect of intersectionality. They're clearly losing out on a ton of angry book-burning boys. Look, I just want what's best for women, man. No, I don't care about men or women. I'm an equal hater. We all suck. I mean... There is an interesting point to be made about this discussion. And I think it boils down to the reflection of, I don't know, maybe this isn't like a smart thing, especially in today's climate, to discuss on a platform in the internet at large. But I'm not necessarily discussing it, I'm just mentioning what they're going at here, or what I think the deeper meaning is. And it's about the way that identity ties or connects to gender, right? And then the implication of what that impact on society as a whole might branch out or stem to. And I'm not sure if I entirely buy into it, right? But that does innately then sort of neglect on my part. It makes it sound like I'm neglecting the reality of there being actual issues tied to these things. Because there are. There are in the world at large. And I think in any culture, there always will be, to a degree. But for me personally, it feels like a cop-out. It feels like an excuse to try and boil it down and lump it into, it's because manhood. Well, it's because womanhood. Like, it's not getting to the root issue and actually addressing the fundamental problems. It's just pushing it off into a scapegoat topic. But that's not really going to be an option here. I'm going to have to make a choice. Although, honestly, you know, saying that it's kind of a branding issue, I sort of like it. And this entire thing is just an internal monologue we're having with our own psyche, which doesn't quite have the same impact. But if this was us having this conversation with the youths that we just chased off the street, it'd be funny to see how the reaction would be between them. Yeah, they're clearly losing out on a ton of angry book-burning boys. That's untapped potential, man. That is an argument, but it does not change the core values. You need to come to that realization. The one every boy reaches towards the late stages of their capitalistic, pubertistic, and socialistic awakenings that... No, not at all. It is only your placement you must understand. Figure out where you've planted these 2 feet of yours and accept where your bones will begin their incessantly slowish grind into the pavement. Learn more. Steel yourself. Seek love. Be more. Oh boy. They actually boiled this down. Suddenly understand gender. That's great. Look, we have to go with what our stat leans into, right? We gotta play the character. It's D&D ultimately. Wisdom is our bigger thing, but the way that they phrase this, suddenly understand gender, is hilarious. Hilarious. Go for it. Watch me fail the roll still. That would be the perfect thing. Gender. Ah, come on. All right, of course we get a nat. Oh. It is such a simple answer. Oh. As you compare and contrast, as you break away the many specifics and biases and little intricacies that make each man a man and each woman a woman, what is left is but the souls of these folk, these creatures of biological realities and spiritual happenstances. Each of them loving and holding and hating and screaming, within yours arbitrary spectrum, within some neatly organized checkboxes on a governmental form, within the heart and genitalia of each young, virile, beastly person who struts across this artificial landscape. They think so much. They feel so much. Both as one. They are... Men and women are innumerably more similar than they have ever been different. Oh. Any kind of statistical calculation or divinely attributed seance will always point in this exact direction. They are extremely minor divergences in the averages. These are negligible. The default man and the default woman are going to be, in every single way, that matters on a broader scale equal. That doesn't make any sense. They look real different, though. Ladies are pretty. Man is burly. Not same. Very different. How do I know this? You know it because you feel it. Esoterically. However, those minor differences on the average, they coagulate towards the extremes. What does that mean? If men are 0.001% more aggressive than women in the averages, that is nothing but an indication of this. The most violent people in society are all men. This means both of these following statements are fully true. First statement, men and women are the same. Second statement, men and women are different in the extremes. And how does that affect reality exactly? In this way. Only in extreme cases does gender affect anything. If you are dealing with the most empathic people in the world, they will almost all be women. If you are dealing with the most competitive people in the world, they will almost all be men. Yet for the vast majority of groups and/or collections of people, the more empathic and competitive are just as likely to be either men or women. This gender divide is not something you should use to judge or evaluate average people in average day-to-day life. It is only relevant in vastly wide distributions. You will always have more male criminals. You will always have more female asgalists. But only because the most violent people become criminals and the most lovely people become asgalists. Okay. Something about that last part sounds incorrect. Just something to think about. Now, you must choose. What? Choose a side, as difficult as it might be. Hilarious. Hilarious. In the average, men and women are very similar, and the extremes is where they're really different. It's a very funny notion in general too, because if you think about extremes in general, like true extremes, you then get part of the equation of desperation evolved into a factor, and it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy what things, how people, not just people, but anything in desperation behaves and acts. It is by nature erratic, and I don't like. Does that necessarily then equate to can you consider it a standard, even if the erraticness does occur or repeat a pattern? I feel like it. I don't know. By its very nature, that erraticness isn't something to comfortably just say this is a standard. That's an average, right? Like my data cherry-picked as much as the next guy. The modern era, right? Tell me more about Lady Fair. Tell me more about future patriarch. Which should I choose? Like, which one would be the most useful? There's your metagaming response. Well, what about the one that's gonna help me the most? What does feminine and masculine mean in this context? There we go. It means where the target land on your gender spectrum. They will always be on one side of this esoterically decided middle point. If you disagree with that judgment, take it up with your. This is the probable outcome, yes. But do not always assume the gender placement of a target. The world is often more complicated than you initially imagine. No shit. Which should I choose? Nah, I'm not gonna ask that. Alright, well, tell me more about Lady Fair. The halflings built a religion out of feminine love. You can do something similar. Get extra proficiency in roles when speaking with feminine characters. Hey, ladies. Is this going to help me with the Sphinx? Look, if it's going to help me with the Sphinx, then I might just go Lady Fair for that. Tell me about future patriarch. A brotherhood. A patriarchy. A good and just world. It is within your grasp. Extra proficiency in roles when speaking with masculine characters. Okay. So, you know. Proficiency with men or women. Which is kind of whatever. I don't, in a meta sense, I don't care about that. What I do care about is trying to think what fits the bill for my character. And that's tougher to tell. Our character is wise. If we're breaking it down into patriarchy is going to lean towards strength, wisdom will lean towards Lady Fair, then sure. But I'm trying to approach it with a little more of like purview towards the contextual reality that we've navigated in this game, right? And if I'm reflecting on everything we've done up to this point, I don't know if Lady Fair's really fitting that. Well, I guess it kind of is. And, you know, we have hit kind of like, there's been lots of moments for both. We've had a lot of big moments where we really play off of setting ego aside for a moment and trying to connect with the character and the context and what's occurring. But we've also had moments of we are our role. We are the cop. We're the guy that's on the scene to solve this mystery, and we got to keep that into perspective and purview. Pragmatic? That's the metagame answer. I'm not looking to game the game, but it feels like it's a kind of a tough glove to exactly fit to our character in the context of the journey thus far. I do feel like there's almost an equal split between the two, if I'm thinking about all the situations that's led us up to this point. If I do think about the big picture moving forward, it should probably just go towards Lady Fair, because we're also going the druid route now, which I imagine will be about, you know, our connection to nature and life as a whole is similar between itself and everything around it. All right, let's make our decision. Do so. Stand tall. Be not afraid. Lady Fair it is. And it's not just because I want to bang the Sphinx. It is done. The feminine has entered into your body, your soul, your blood. Be kind to all. Be slightly less confused about gender. I'll try, game. I'm not sure if you entirely help in that regard. Crazy, dude. I'm gonna eat an apple in celebration. A few, even. Can I actually catch her? What is this? Making a strange sound. The voice is from a primal spirit? What? Open it. As you lift it aside, you immediately see something moving in the pile of shredded documents and old scraps of food. A pair of legs. What the shit? Suddenly jumping out of the pile with a poof of moldy dust is a pine cone. A pine cone with limbs. one of your little friends. One of my little friends? What? It hands you some leaves while doing a strange, seemingly improvisational dance upon the trash. Hold on, I'm just gonna try to cast Druidcraft. Before you're able to do anything about it, the little creature poofs away. One of nature's essential workers. A blessing to meet it in the wild. Disgusting little creature! As it fades, you see only trash. Okay. Didn't expect that. Cool. Also, wait a minute, what does this do again? Can be used to recover... Ah. We are gonna have to go to bed soon, but... I'll have one of those. Mostly because... Are you friendly? Breathing heavily. Beware those fangs and the rest too. Yeah, I certainly would. You approach a ball of feathers and wings and really, really sharp claws. Magnificent creature. This is a griffin! It is a somewhat intelligent magical beast. A famous magical beast of old Dimenor. Terribly useful mounts used by those with the funds to support their breeding and taming, most famously by the Sturm Riders. They are a group of highly skilled griffin riders. These days, they are employed by several free cities of reeds. Simply cast Speak with Animals. That should lessen the pain of negotiation. You see a pool of drool forming underneath the open beak of the beast. Oh. Wait, isn't that... There's an entrance to the warehouse on the other roof. If you want to get inside, you're going to have to get past this bad boy. The mythical beast snores gently before you. Oh boy. You think we can maybe yap with you? Your spell causes you to feel lighter for a moment, as if connected with the soaring dreams of the griffin. Then it fades as a deep growling voice enters your ears. Be cool, bird. You foolish biped. The griffin gets up from its slumber with a dark groan. Ugh, how many times must I make it clear? I require rest. Or do you wish to taste my steel? Good morning, sleepyhead. Steel it is, then. The beast spreads its wings. You may address me as Giorgo Valzantigo. Master Giorgo Valzantigo. If griffins could smirk, he would. Who does this chicken think he is? Greetings, Master. Thank you for getting out of the way. You're welcome, biped. Now, I am in a good mood after my nap. Go ahead. Ask me whatever inane questions you might have. How'd you get that name, Giorgo? My father was Tislamirgara Valazantigo of House Valazantigo. We are bred to be perfect, the griffin growls, leaning his beak in towards your face. Interesting. This griffin must be one of Veta de Re, typical racing breed. A minor but wealthy gnomish settlement east of Norvik. They breed racing griffins, whom many journey to see during game season. It is built into the side of a dormant volcano, yet its small, fertile valley is free of the curse of the burned coast. I see. So you originate from Veta de Re. That is correct. Of course, you've heard of my home kingdom. VDR is the greatest city on the coast. The gnomes who live there have served my lineage for over a century and a half. Once I finish this obligation in the West, I will return to rule my house once more. Soon enough, soon enough. Did you sleep well? Until you showed up, yes. I had a dream where I kept smacking bipeds like you were around. It was wonderful. Why do you call me biped? Why? It's what you are. A two-legged featherless biped. A man! Do you disagree? Oh, God. I do! Get ready to argue about your identity as a person. Of course. And what incorrectness will you spew in my direction, then? Druids are multifaceted. Perhaps. I do not care. What do you do around here, chicken? I handle scouting for the boat bipeds. They do not hold any interest for my valuable information. Some of the less rugged ones I even move around from time to time. I traveled with one a few days ago, all the way to this strange cold land. In return, I get fed a glorious amount of sustenance. More than you could ever wish for, biped. Who'd you fly with here? A biped of your size, approximately. One with a gaudy sense of style. Some type of ground delver of a human, I believe. The type to head deep below and not come back for many, many days. It's sad, really, to be a biped, like you. We could find its owner below, then. Who's your owner? I have no owners, you foolish thing. You need to wrap your mind around a superior being not needing to slave away all day. Learn from me. That would do you good. Thank you, chicken. What a lovely creature. You're kind of chunky. Fed well, yes, thank you. I am very rich indeed. All right, well. Later, chicken. The voice disappears from the griffin immediately. Time to go. All right. This seems like we got something good. Oh. What is? A crate full of ruined fizzy drinks. One seems fine, though. A ginger drink. The note on these crates is signed your loyal servant, Agent Fira. Get these into the warehouse by tomorrow. I will hold you personally responsible, Gottfried. Interesting. So this game definitely seems to run on a timer. I need to make sure that we go to, I hope that we're able to find a place to sleep from Darrow. Six levels of exhaustion's a lot, man. We would be in trouble if we get hit with that. I'm trying to think of where else. It seems like Snell was kind of alluding to us maybe making something happen or work. In the Goblin Garden. So that's at least nearby. But I'm definitely going to want to move quickly the moment midnight rolls in. Should I go pester the angel again and potentially get my face melted off by the celestial being? Climb the ladder again. Should be fine. Yeah. Don't scare her away. Come here. Ah, damn it. Scared her too quick. Yeah, let's go up to the roof. I'm also not entirely sure how this is going to go. Talking with Darrow. Because we don't talk good. Unless Darrow... I'm pretty sure Darrow was explained to be a man. If Darrow was a lady, then we might be able to schmoove our way into a bed. But I don't think that's the case. So... we need to have a plan B ready. It's only the Goblin District that I can think, or the Goblin Garden is the only one. Maybe Vic... I already ran in there and he didn't have anything to say during the evening, though. I'm not sure. Not sure. Oh. It just cuts off? Okay. A satchel. A greasy satchel. Oily instructions. You can see the apartment from here across the river. Whose apartment? Take both of those, thank you. Oh, come on now. Whereabouts is the spot actually at? Drunken Sphinx is here. I thought Darrow was before that. Maybe up here? This is literally where I just came from. Must be over this way. Not exactly where I remember it being. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm all sorts of turnaround. Can I not speak with you? Nope. Oh, God. Map? Also, why do the guys have DCs on them? Huh. I'll try that at some point, but that's fine. Also, let's have a look at this, shall we? You hold up the paper, finding it to actually be a torn-out page of a book. The name in the margin suggests the book is called A Gnome Starter Guide to Esoteric Memorization. Read it. It's quite lengthy. The first step to understanding esoteric memorization is understanding the underlying powers at play. Your strings stretch across his coast, invisible to the eye, yet connected to all things living and dead. A spell is simply a set of rules you must follow in order to manipulate those strings into an esoteric effect. Yet those rules are themselves esoteric in nature. As such, most wizards will find it impossible to remember more than a handful of spells at a time. This is the big divide between cantrips and actual spells, as cantrips are both easy to remember and will not consume a spell slot. Spell slots are the common representation of how many spells of each spell level a caster is able to perform without rest. As a gnome, you are naturally gifted in the art of illusion magic. Other schools will be more difficult to memorize. A suggested harmless spell to use in training is the first level spell, Grease. To increase your chances of memorization, attempt to cast it at least 2 times per day. In the margins, there's a handwritten note that you managed to spot. It's written hastily in bold, like the author really wanted to hype themselves up. It says, "Every evening and every lunch break at work, remember, you can do it!" Poor gnome. An esoteric mishap. Magic is a blade without a handle, and so on. Indeed, Grease is a dangerous spell. Intensely dangerous! Learn the spell. Ooh. You quickly memorize the piece of paper. That's something at least. Oh, alright. We got us Grease, do we? Hell yeah. Well, that's fun. Slick grease covers the ground in a 10-foot square centered on a point within range and turns it into low-friction, difficult terrain for the duration. Might have handy moments. Maybe. Maybe. Alright. The hour draws near. I gotta find where the heck Darrow's place is. I didn't think it was that far away from here. And yet... Also, hold on. What does this sign say? Our Lady's Apartments. Well, that ain't gonna be anything for me. Let me out. There we go. Eh? Who keeps putting crowns in these things? Hopefully they don't mind that I keep taking them. All who pass are mine to keep. Ah, this is the Temple of Earth, eh? The election looms, 4 days remains. I'm definitely on a time crunch. I want to say we got a good bit done on day one. Hopefully that cascades into something fruitful, eventful. Okay, here we go. This is the right spot. With time to spare. Angel's gone. Magister's back door looks cramped. Oh. Was I already able to do this at 11? What is this? A knightly helmet! Must be a leftover. Take it. We could just take it? Oh. Frogmouth helmet. Now hold on. An LR of Norvik, an LR of a girl, and a newspaper clipping about the Coin Lord. Yeah, now hold on a second here. I'm pretty happy to see it sucks for our decks, it does, but I'm pretty happy to see that charisma. That's kind of a big deal for us. Oh my god, I got a +1? Maybe it is possible. Maybe it will be possible for us to hold a conversation and succeed at things. Crazy dude. Now I could drop... Could get a +6 to wisdom. Constitution jumps back up to 3, but it's at the sacrifice of my 1 to strength. Which I guess isn't that big a deal. I do kind of want to keep my strength, though. We look ridiculous with it. How does this make us more charismatic? With the old frog mouth. Whatever. You gonna be happy to see me at this hour, ma'am? She's never happy to see. We did kind of ruin every possible interaction we had with her. Hello, Edgar. The angel stands tall. She's blocking the hallway, leading further into the Coin Lord's mansion. She looks like a giant in here, despite the high ceiling. Her many eyes glare at you. Is the magistrate? Point to the stairs. She nods. He will see you now, cleric. The words leave you shaking. Your muscles scream for you to be ready for a battle. Oh boy. A whale of many colors. Painted onto the ancient stone blocks, colorful imagery raises over you. It is faded, near gone. It is beautiful. The first folk, Earth, spoke about preserving the ancient murals of the city he conquered. What is this, some kind of whale? A mural of some ancient civilization. Fade era, most likely. These ancient towers around Tolstead must have been covered in such paint. Long ago. You're here for lunch. Gloved up to eat saucy wings. Oh boy. Enjoy your saucy wings, sir. This building has kept the murals safe over the years. The rest have been stripped off completely by the harsh Ascani wind. I think that's a pretty colorful whale. It's beautiful. Truly. The figure on the wall stares at you. Good luck, wall whale. Oh my god. Am I like super tiny or is he just massive? Hello, sir. Oh no. Behold! Oh! Oh, good roll. He's lawful evil. Of course he is. He's a politician. Level 3 Coin Lord. Here he is, the Coin Lord of Norvik and Magistrate of Tolstad. That smile of his is a facade, of course, an expression simulacra, heavily trained over the course of 20 years on the job. He's an expert in his field, and his field is politics. He will respect you only if you serve him loyally, like a hound, or if you prove yourself competent and ruthless. He has no time for fools. But a man of his stature does not retain power if he does not recognize talent when it barks in his face. He inherited his position from his father at a young age. Nicholas has been doing this his entire life, and he's good at it. One of the best. The only problem being, if you're good at the role of a magister, then you're good at a number of nefarious illegal activities by association. He has charisma of 19. Okay. Alright, sir. Let's see how this goes. At the top of the stairs, you see a man placed upon his silken throne. His well-groomed face lit by a single bulb candle. But he does not look at you. Instead, he folds his copy of the Norvikian Post in half and sighs. The Norvikian Post, the biggest newspaper in the city, founded over 50 years ago, nationalist aligned. Anyone or anything that matters in Norvik will be written about in the Post. Your boss. You hear about this? The man slaps his newspaper. Asgalist opportunist strikes fear in Silker's guild. He reads to you. Then he lowers the paper and mutters, 9,000 crowns in damages. He looks annoyed and impressed at the same time. I could have done worse. Protesters. Hooligans. Oh boy. Really pinning me to a certain type of response here. I don't know, man. For us having leaned into the apolitical shtick this whole time, that all of this takes more of a stance. I guess this is kind of that, but that's also... We need to watch how we approach this dude, and this is not the way to do it. They're just trying to get their point across. Oh, they did that a long time ago. His eyes. He is reading you. Are you... Did you take that helmet from downstairs? This is exactly what I was worried about when I first looked at that helmet and the game was like, take it. I was like, how would he not catch on that this happened? Yes. He cracks a smile. Whatever, go ahead. Take what you need. That's what life has come to here in the city, hasn't it? Everyone just grabbing what they need. It's democracy. I love democracy. Nod and enjoy your frogmouth helmet. Yes. Darrow lets out a sigh, folding his paper in half. Again. It's the age of crowds. That's what they call it. And the loudest voices keep shouting at me in particular, it seems. The crowd has power beyond belief. He furrows his brow. The moonlight makes him look like a marble bust. He is certainly playing the part. Have you met with the Goblin Chieftain yet? Yes, my lord, I have. Good, good. The Coin Lord then looks at the time, exclaiming, And you're early. Good. The party meeting finished up before midnight for once, so this is excellent timing. His jaw tightens, then loosens. You notice a ring on his finger. It looks esoteric. The Coin Lord carries an iron will ring, as all good politicians do. Makes any mind-altering spell you cast on him useless. Don't waste any spell slots. Oh god. Must apologize, cleric. Tossing you around as a pawn in this regrettably political game of ours isn't something I hoped for. You obviously have much more important matters to attend to in the palace. Of course you do. There's no greater act than serving your city. And this man is a Darrow. He is a descendant from your lord patron, Borgo Darrow himself. Borgo Darrow, the legendary first paladin of Earth, founded the Earth Guard and died tragically at a young age. He is remembered as the manly ideal in Norvik. Evening, Shawnee. How's the ebbing? It's pretty good. It's pretty darn good. We had a finally one of the more heady experiences, or I guess conversation points in the game pop up. It's been dancing around a couple big moments narratively. This time though, they certainly it got to a point where it's like, all right, gloves are coming off. We're going to talk about gender and go off the deep end and make you make a stance that you have to have a choice. It was interesting. I like how this game goes about interesting topics, we'll say. Did I figure out the Sphinx riddle? Not yet. It's still the night of the first day. And to solve the Sphinx riddle, I have to show up during the morning. I also haven't really thought of it too much. It seems like it's magic. She said that the answer isn't something you can speak. It's not words. So there's something we have to do in the morning in her lair, and I'm assuming esoterically. Not sure what, though. Alrighty. I'm here to protect the city, my lord. Good, good. I'm pleased to hear that. First things first. I'm obliged to offer accommodations during your stay here on Tolstad. Obliged? Interesting word choice. It is customary for clerics on a job to be given free housing by their employer. You may stay in the old guard tower. The coin lord tosses you an iron key. Alright, so that takes care of our place where we're going to sleep, thankfully. That key will get you access to the tower. Etir uses one of the floors. You take the top one. I'm sharing with the weird eye lady? He stifles a laugh. Is that what I'll call you from now on, Etir? I prefer not, you hear the angel mutter from below. The magistrate gestures to his ears. She's not just eyes, trust me. He shuffles about, looking annoyed for a moment. Now, about the incident. As soon as the fires were put out, I had a city engineer inspect for structural damages. He speaks of the tea shop. Obviously. Once it was cleared and no casualties were reported, I shut it down. Oh, without an investigation? Initially, yes, as a precaution. The reason why we've been so very careful with this whole ordeal is simply because we do not want to cause more strife. We've got enough of that already, Earth pray tell. Earth pray tell, Norvikian lingo, spoken as an exclamation of surrender to the knowledge and power of the provocative god of the city. Protective, rather. I'm sure he's provocative too, he's probably a stud. Sometimes used ironically since his death by secularists. Suddenly you see how very tired this man is. And his breath smells funky. What do you mean by that, wisdom? What information do you have? Aggressive spread of fire. A loud explosion. Militia rush across the halfway bridge and put it out. He looks out the window. The owner is missing, but no one got hurt. What's your theory? This matter with the tea shop is one big distraction, I'm afraid. So it's just a smokescreen? Well, my purest guess would be someone with access to arcane artifacts, or at worst, a rogue spellcaster. Someone who would benefit from scared goblins and angry Asgulls. So, a radical. Not a bad guess. However, he is clearly attempting to not place focus on any real powers in the city. If a party was to blame, that would cause a headache for him. Strife? It's election week, cleric. We've got illegal rallies, copper presses full of lies, and a populace ready to tear their neighbors into pieces. If the city is to survive, we need to play it safe. Rubs his eyes. Then we've also got a tired old Lord Patriarch who hasn't left his villa for years. Yes, Lord Patriarch Axum. The Lord Patriarch of Norvik, the supposed face of the Nationalist Party, but due to his withdrawn behavior, most campaigning is done by the magistrates. He is old, but he is hanging in there. That leaves us in charge. You, the magistrates. Yes, cleric. We, along with the straggling patriarchs and other palace officials, hold the reins in this election for the party of Norvik. Trust me, it's not easy being a magistrate. Anyhow, the tea shop. He gestures for you to continue the conversation. I ain't. Keep him talking. You need more info before you ask about the tea shop. Well, it might be smart to go for the tea shop question straight away. You require information. Ask. Just ask for access to the tea shop. You must complete your quest. So, you're the coin lord. Oh shit, we could just rat out Viskin? We're not going to do that. It's interesting that that's a thing here, though. I guess it's not that surprising. When we did learn the truth, it was something that popped up of your options are try to deal with him or report him to the authorities. I guess he would be the authority. Crazy, though. I changed my mind. I'm ready to swear an oath. Eh? This is interesting that we have this extent of conversation choices here. I mean, maybe it's not too surprising. This is not our friend. I think how we go about this, depending on what we do, might cause issues for us in the future if things play out that he gets more, problematic for us. Which I could easily see becoming the case, but is the missing paladin involved? Is that what the papers call him now? He laughs. Lord Gorm has been missing for weeks, so I'm afraid the timeline doesn't quite add up. He shakes his head. If you find him skulking about below, you can ask him anything you want. Just let him know he's been kicked off the campaign, okay? He sounds pissed. Paladins would often delve too deep into the tunnels below Norvik. It's tradition, really. Alright. If the goblins didn't push for it, would you have sent for me? The posh man looks you up and down. No, I don't think I would have. Honesty. Yeah, what is my actual job that you expect of me? Your actual job is to do what I ask of you. Yeah, there it is. He's getting tired of this. Look around the rubble, ask around for witnesses or evidence. I want you to keep the goblins happy. Do that, and I'll be happy. Oh, I need access to the tea shop then. He mutters. His eyes. He's thinking of making a choice. The goblins are not the only ones with eyes on our scorched tea shop. In fact, I have been advised to simply ignore the whole thing. To just let it go. That would be a sound choice if the goal is to avoid political fallout. But this is the thing. I don't give a shit what he decides in regards to this. Middle of the road, I guess. Perhaps. Yes, or perhaps not. Sage Leaf is insistent. He sighs and looks out the window. I'm in a difficult position, cleric. Do make it easier for me, will you? And how do I do that, my lord? He speaks with a projected voice and says, I want to be able to trust you. He interrupts you, continuing, trust that you'll be able to keep this on the down low. He fears something about this tea shop. That if anything unseemly were to be uncovered, you'd of course keep such things from non-city affiliated factions. The Coin Lord speaks with a speed you're barely able to follow. Do you understand? Not a question, a demand. Your lord demands obedience, you must answer. He's trying to steamroll me, right? Yep. He's really manhandling you. Hilarious. There's nothing to steamroll. You are his servant, nothing else. You gotta catch up. No, just accept it. Boy. And I've annoyed him. I've wore the helmet, that takes balls. There's no way this works. I have what? Yeah, I have a -2 at this point? There's no way. High roller! Oh, God. High roller! High roller! Fuck. You close your eyes. You listen now, you big buffoon, you. You've got approximately 1.5 seconds before this wordmancer takes control of the conversation again. So it's time to shoot your shot. Shit. You can't think of anything, can you? Nope, not a thing. Well, good luck to you. Wait, what? What do you mean? You're on your own now. You're not helping. No way. This whole thing's fucked. So what do I say? No clue. But you've been standing here quite quiet for at least 30 seconds at this point. It's time for you to open your eyes. I guess I should. The magistrate is reading his newspaper. He has now lost all interest in serving your strange behavior. Oh, you're finished. You started breathing funny, so I assumed you needed a moment. But it's fine. It's not like I'm busy or anything. He very much is. Anyway, about the tea shop. I need reassurance, cleric. Reassurance that you won't oppose the official city narrative. Swear on it, cleric. An oath is a serious thing. Do not take this lightly. Oath, a legal agreement either spoken aloud or written down. Some oaths, especially those sworn on the names of deities, have real esoteric power over one's body and mind. They can also be broken, but at great cost. I don't trust I cannot. I will not. You want an oath? If you want my blessing to investigate the tea shop, yes. I can't. I'm not going to give you an oath because I don't trust you. You cannot. I won't do it. I'm disappointed, cleric. He seems a bit intrigued by your reluctance, but mostly annoyed. Simply cannot grant you access to the tea shop in that case. You'll have to find a way to tell Sage Leaf you cannot perform your duty. Or find another way into the tea shop. Yeah, screw you, dude. I've had plenty of avenues pop up saying or suggesting there's other ways. We'll find another way. I have some other questions first, actually. Oh, do you now? Alright. What the hell's the deal with that angel, dude? That your bodyguard? More or less. That tier is a high prefect. Every magistrate gets the highest tier of protection available. A high prefect. If you hold this title in Norvik, it is given to great warriors of Earth who serve the palace closely. She's not much of a talker. I can't say I dislike it. Shh. She's lovely. You hear that, Edir? Dara calls out down the stairs. Yes, magistrate, she replies coldly from below. The magistrate shakes his head. Earth be good. So how's the election going, dude? We're winning. Earth be blessed. His voice is not cheerful. You're not happy about it. He scoffs. We've got a third of the populace. A third. That means we've already lost the goodwill of a large portion of the human population, according to the latest polls. The campaign is a half failure, but it'll get us over the finishing line. What sort of chaos is the election brewing? All kinds. The campaign? The national campaign aimed at reigniting the spirit of Earth in his folks. A great movement. It's been 70 years since the reconquest. Let us celebrate that victory. The fancy man feigns a cheer. An attempt to make the masses worship the state instead of their dead god. You'd argue it was quite successful. Before this campaign, humans were kind of lost. Now they have a purpose. He sighs. You have read Alexandro, I assume. Someone your patriarch quotes a lot. His ideas modernize theocracies and reeds, reviving them towards the end of the arcane era. Say yes, it'll make you look smart. Of course. Oh yeah, of course. Then I'll spare you the lecture. We followed his teachings when building the campaign. A campaign to bridge the gap between a follower of Earth and a citizen of Norvik. So you want people to worship the state? More or less. State is Earth's legacy. Why not worship it? What's your problem with the Asgilists exactly? You're kidding. He laughs. They've infiltrated every guild. Their rally circus causes near riots wherever they gather up. They're disrupting the economy. When the agrarian party fell apart, we almost had a famine on our hands. Or, well, he corrects himself straight away. Famine is a bit of an exaggeration, but they did practically ruin our grain exports for an entire quarter. Hells, we'd be better off with the Free Striders any day of the week. They at least uphold basic economic stability. You should not say such dishonorable things. Only the city, those holding Earth's legacy, can rule. They indeed did not cause a famine. The only ones responsible for that economic upheaval were the shareholders refusing to increase the wages of the farmhands. That is why they all flipped green. They wanted a decent income. They were instead fired from their positions. If they in any way supported Asgalism, which in turn slowed down the production of grain, thus hurting their exports. If they had only shared a small amount of the profits, their quarter would have been fine. I have some other non-election questions. Good. Talked enough about this damn election for a lifetime. You're the coin lord. For now. Alright, good talk. I'm not going on anything else here. Definitely no oath. I don't want to rat out Viskin. And I also don't want to be like, I can't handle this. Alright, later, dude. Uh-huh. He leaves a moment of silence in the air as he glares at you. You're really ready to go at this alone, cleric. You are aware I will not grant you access to the tea shop. Yeah, I couldn't care less. So how do you intend to solve this then? I won't. I'll just go cry in a corner or something. I'll find a way. Interesting. Okay then. Good luck out there. I should go in solemn silence. Later, loser. Edir, I'll be in my bunk above you, I guess. His mat said, please take off your boots. We didn't take off our boots. Alright, let's go to sleep before we get 6 levels of exhaustion. Dear God. Pile of ledgers covered in official city seals. You look over a thick pile of documents, each adorned with the symbol of a fish. Official city documents could contain useful information. top secret documents archived by city clerics over many years. You have the right to look over it. Okay. The documents are not very organized. However, as your eyes glance over titles, reports, and statements made over decades, you do find a few that catch your attention. Sweeping your gaze over the pile, you very much realize how fast you'd have to be to get this done in a decent amount of time. Looking for an official palace seal, you find a note with the sentence, "Sage leaf must be contained" within. Uh-oh. The older files. Focus on the oldest. That's where you'll find interesting perspectives. Obviously, just look for any mention of the tea shop. However, be careful. Each attempt to analyze a document will take time out of your day. Ooh. 90 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 30 minutes. I think we got 30 minutes at least. Or should I do the hour? The thing about Sage Leaf is interesting to me. I'm going to do the Sage Leaf thing. It's a letter. It doesn't make any sense, apart from mentioning something about Lady Miska's Sage Leaf. You spend an hour looking over the cryptic note to figure it out. It's written in official palace legalese. You don't understand much, except the fact that the letter appears to contain some kind of instructions for the local Earth Guard to allow Sage Leaf to take over control of many of the facilities on Tolstad. It's dated for about 20 years ago. But it also clearly warns the Earth Guard of not letting Sage Leaf out of this area of confinement, where people are not allowed to work in other parts of the city. It's as if they gave her a part of Tolstad as a prison. You're not sure how this will help, but it does feel like it could be helpful when dealing with the goblins in the future. Not sure if I was supposed to know this information, but now I do. She is one of many esoteric beings hiding inside the city, most likely. Keep an eye on her. Alright. I'm not going to push my luck. I'm not past that point. Ooh, we got Bless? Hell yeah. Glorious shrine to the one and only Earth. A copper calendar. Classic copper calendar. Most households in Norfolk have one. Your mom had one that would glow on birthdays. It's spinning ever so slowly. The outer wheel moves one full step every day. The middle wheel moves every month, and the inner moves every year. This one seems special. It keeps track of both the seasons of Asken, Reeds, and Vorgeni, as well as all major Earth folk holidays. What day is it? The outer wheel tells you it is March 22nd. What's the current month? March. As it just said, that's the third month. It is, well done. That means it's still winter in Asken, yet the weather is incredibly fair. It has been this way most of your life, but it apparently did not use to work like this. Back in the day, in the previous era, seasons! Each band has its own rules for the changing seasons. On the specific days, the weather is supposed to change drastically and immediately, but you have not experienced such a switch in your lifetime. Thank you, intelligence. Seasons changed upon their designated days and not a moment before. It could apparently cause quite the whiplash. What year is it? 27 post-war. It has always been easy to keep track of how old you are, thanks to that. Since the era is just as old as I am, does that mean I'm the chosen one? No! It is entirely an unremarkable coincidence. Maybe in your heart. Who decides on the names of the eras? The eras have no objective names. They are chosen by each culture differently. In Norvik, the common era type is to simply follow the Reedsian common structure, which is Gate era 3,000 years, Fade era 1,100, Divine 379 years, Arcane 511, Post-War era 27 years ongoing. Post-War era, the fifth and current era. Only 27 years in, but often seen as an era of mending after the brutal Coast War. Many suggest it will be an era of ideologies, a struggle to determine the next dominant force on the coast. Alright. Before I get sucked into this, we will see how long it lasts. You will most likely not see its end. Alright, good to know. Indeed! Let's sleep. Let's sleep before it gets any damn later in this game. sweet bed. A fine place to sleep, relatively speaking. There it goes. The first day on the job. Before you lies a bedroll. Can I go to sleep now? Yes, your body is weary. Why do I have to sleep? If you stay awake for more than 48 hours, your body will cease to function in its current state, which is not good for your physical health. You should go to bed now. Taking a long rest restores your hit points, hit dice, lowers your exhaustion to 0, and returns your spent spell slots. It lasts 8 hours. Alright. Let's do it. No, really, what is this thing? It's a bed. It doesn't look like a bed. Leather-bound and filled with ox clippings. Most likely bubble yarn. Somewhat soft. A bed roll. I see. Like one of those things adventurers use when sleeping on a journey. Yes. A real man can sleep anywhere, including this rugged piece of rock. At least there's no snoring here, remember the barracks? You hear only wind here, and the occasional giant seagull. A giant seagull? A native Ascani bird! They are an opportunistic feeder upon the coast, hunting the various large and monstrous fish and crustaceans, as well as scraps left by folk. They are seldom aggressive, despite their size. It will be a good place to rest. We sleep! Oh God, we sleep! Staying within the confines of the guard tower, you successfully spend 8 hours on your long rest. That was a hell of a long day for our guy. No need to roll any encounters. You've had enough for one adventuring day. Now let's see. Smart move talking things out with the dwarves. Let's hope you can keep things civil moving forward as well. The DM is having a word on our session, I suppose. As for those youngsters, brave of you to rush in like that. Lots of radicals on the streets these days. Modissa and Rolo seem like they've been at war for quite some time. Maybe this won't be the last you see of them. I'm sorry about letting you stumble into the city below. I'm just surprised you made it out alive. Why? Because the skeleton tried to murder me? I came out of that quite well, actually. The tea shop awaits. Oh. Look at her floating papers there like she's some kind of angel. Oh, to flex on things merely with your existence, Etir. Must be nice. Can I get up? Cleric. Sorry. Druid. Get your ass up. Day 2. Oh, that's such a shitty bed. Your muscles strain as the second day begins. Today, you need to gather more evidence. This mystery will not solve itself. You know, I have the weirdest dreams. Do you? The stress of a new job. Get yourself together. New city, new tower, new bedroll, new-ish. You'd be a little scatterbrained. It is what it is. I don't feel too good. More sleep would help. Perhaps tomorrow. I did fall asleep fast, though. Because you are, and were, exhausted. True. Question. Anyone care if I actually get this mission done or not? Your patriarch, for one. There are rumors that the Law Lord is putting a lot of pressure on your superiors. The Law Lord, the magistrate handling judiciary, ruling, stockades, archiving, culture, the Earth God, as well as anything esoteric. Currently held by Swentil Aelmikin in the Palace District. Aelmikin, one of the last Earthfolk houses to arrive after the founding of Norvik. They originally went east during the Coastal War, but a handful of them survived and fled to Norvik with several Arcanist artifacts. Today, they are highly revered in the city, the third Lord Patriarch Hugar, having been of their bloodline. Patriarch Hugar, the third Lord Patriarch of Norvik, died only 4 years into his service, but was instrumental in establishing a foothold upriver. Yes! Alamican has been very thorough in his management of the Earth God as of late, in preparation for this foolish election. If you cause trouble, if you don't handle this, there will be trouble. Even more so than last time. Okay. A high up chest, too far away. If only I had Mage Hand. Oh, speaking of, we have a number of new spells. I got a feeling Bless could be pretty good. We get a 1d4 to all ability checks. Yes, this game is nothing but ability checks at all times, so Bless 100%. Prayer of Healing is my only second level. So I'm going to take that. Obviously speak with animals. Shield of Faith, Grease, and Charm. Just pass up on Cure Wounds. I guess. But we're at level 3, so if I do get banged up and low on HP, Prayer of Healing will top me up nicely. I think that's fine. And then we have the situational utility things, which will hopefully be nice. Yes. I dear. Behold! Better than I did last time. She's a level 10 angel. She follows orders, the type of orders that grant eternal fulfillment. A likely story. The Celestial appears to focus on her work, a stack of many, many documents with her many, many eyes. There is no acknowledgement of your presence in her many, many eyes. She is avoiding eye contact in an effort to avoid conversation. None of them are looking at you? What are the odds? I am busy. Oh, so sorry. I am busy. Busy with what? Notes. You need help? I do not require assistance, cleric. Muster up the courage to ask her about Earth? You defeated a skeleton that makes you a man, baby! I mean, look, it's a check. I got just the thing for a check. I am blessed. Blessed I be. Good thing oh, okay, good stuff. You clench. You pause unnecessarily, in unnecessary bodily functions, and some necessary ones like breathing. Then you focus on the goal. Speech! Tell me about Earth! She stops writing. Get out of here right now, run! She mimics a sigh. A mimic! Horrifying shape-shifting monster, capable of copying the looks of any object it discovers, although with some size limitations depending on the type. If you touch it, you'll get stuck and probably eaten. Thank you, intelligence. The Faded Man God. Earth of Norvik. That's the guy. Yes. She lifts her hand, pointing towards your chest. I serve his remnants. Ziaki Smoko. Smoko what? Her many eyes look at you. The Celestial turns her head in your direction just a bit. I uphold my honor through service to the Coin Lord. You should quit. Dara really sucks. Sounds like a shitty job. A job. She turns back to her documents. I am unsure about many things, yet for now I serve, for good or ill. Her stance, it relaxes. Ever so slightly, she settles in your presence. You got an in, baby! She is a fascinating creature. Ask her more. There we go. Now she will speak with you for real. What do I know about celestials like her? Celestials, a gathering term for creatures born out of and from the good plains. There are many such creatures scattered across the coast. The only major civilization of celestials is located in Divini Torum, the Golden Horde. Should I even talk to her? She is lonely, but her demeanor does not scream, "Please socialize with me." Will you join my party? I mean, slightly meta here, but my start screen does have her and Snell following me. No, I am busy, cleric. If you play your cards right, anything's possible. Good. You are strong enough to carry this team. Snell actually does a lot. You should appreciate him more. I do appreciate Snell. He's a homie. He's a good guy. The goblin, he means well, but he's just a bit of assistance, barely noticeable. Men were not meant to carry the world upon their shoulders, not alone. What do you know about the pale man in the morgue? She closes the book floating before her. Avoid that creature. There is darkness there. Her halo spins erratically for a moment. I have been told to not interfere, both with the mortician and his helpers. Pale man's reputation is insane. What the hell is he? He's a lich, dude. We know this. Something is certainly off. Wow. Wow. Rare to see intelligence drop the ball. We know he's a lich, though. Well, I wonder what she'll say to this. What is he? At best, he is a weak arcanist. At worst, he is a powerful arcanist. A true arcanist would be fascinating. It is not impossible to imagine. His helpers? Mercenaries, creatures who roam below dark spirits. They are unofficially sanctioned. None opposes their presence, for Viscina keeps them in line. Huh. Another reason not to get in Viskin's way. Do not engage them unless forced. Dude, there's... if it comes to blows with Viskin, I really don't know how it'd play out, man. Even if we had her on our team, right? That seems crazy. Should I keep an eye on him then? If you wish. I suggest not engaging. Don't. You'll just get in trouble. Did he have something to do with the tea shop? Not likely. Why? Viskin has been a presence here for almost 4 decades, to my knowledge. During all this time, he has never caused any issues. Beyond that, Viskin is also in tight cooperation with the Halfway Bridge tribe. Since they are the main drivers in this investigation, it would be strange if Viskin was behind it. Although if you find any evidence towards his involvement, let me know. Alright, good info. She opens her book again. Do not engage. That is my advice. Yeah, you got very cool armor, Chickadee. Thank you. She's welcome. She has practiced the formal way of answering a compliment because in her culture, one does not do such things. Oh, God. No. Thank you. She just keeps working. Fair. What do you think about the goblins? What information do you require? Can I trust their chieftain? Lady Sageleaf is a powerful creature. Do not trifle with her or her pawns. Her behavior is clean and highly acceptable. However, she does meddle in dark actions when needed. She looks at you for a few seconds. Perform your duties and leave, that is my advice. Yeah, how are they as people on Tolstead? Weak-willed and powerless as individuals. A creature that survives through reliance on the group and on greater creatures. I don't really have anything. Yeah, like, I just asked as them in Tolstad. She gave me an answer. It doesn't feel right to chime in one way or the other against it, or for it. Thanks for sharing. Her eyes glance at you. I would describe humans the same way. She's calling you weak. Not okay. Wrestle her! Wrestle her now! Strength demands it! Monkey, strong together. Ooh. Like you're much better. Didn't she like willed our body through space and time towards her through like celestial fuckery. She is better. I don't think we can I mean, look, that's the truth. We simply are stronger together. She nods slowly, but I do not see it as a negative. The voice softens. Humility and trust are important traits in all, for all. Agreed. That is what I think. What else? What are the goblins, what do they do here, in general? Ouch and abouts in that way. What do they do exactly? The goblins perform manual labor such as militia duty, construction, various public services, mail delivery, and manning many defensive perimeters in the city below. Over the last decade, they have taken up near all such posts on Tolstad. They are also overrepresented in crime statistics, and are several times more likely to join and form crime syndicates than the general human or dwarven populace all across the city. This appears to be primarily due to segregated housing areas, lack of access to higher-paying jobs, and general cultural elements. The goblins are a troubled, yet slowly integrating part of Norvik, from what I have observed. Feel awkward. It appears to be a highly politicized topic. I apologize if I have made you uncomfortable. She is correct! The goblins are troublesome indeed. Lady Sageleaf has clearly cleaned up Tolstad, but most of your other encounters with goblins have been rather unpleasant. Or, perhaps, the cleaning up has been the result of goblins being more welcomed in Tolstad over the past 10 years. Somewhat more welcomed. Totally wait, what? What is this? What is this, Sana? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Say it ain't so. Oh god, the bot's actually working. It was meant to be. Pour one out, y'all. Time takes another. As it always do. Let's get that. There we go. Rip. Rip indeed. Alrighty. I have some other non-goblin related questions too. Yes, what else? You are an ethereal, yet also imposing woman. Attempt to flirt. Imposing. Ethereal. Her telepathic voice gets dropped down several octaves. Oh god. All the way down your back, your spine. DC 28 would require a nat 20. Nothing else. look, man. She's a literal angel. Never mind, actually. Her many eyes stare at you for approximately 3.5 seconds. Then she says, okay. Anyway, what do you do here? You just sit around, or? No, cleric. That's fair. You're not really sitting, kind of floating. That is correct. When the Coin Lord does not require my services, I attend to the archives, from dawn to dusk normally. Then I perform a patrol, as is described in my service contract. A service contract! A written declaration of an oath! Often used when those involved don't have a trusted deity or higher power to swear to. A good service to the city. So, you stay here all day, then you go out all night? Yes, I work, cleric. Her kind do not require sleep. Can I go on a patrol with you? No, cleric. You are unable to fly, and I am unable to carry you. Carrying you? The thought immediately causes you to stir. Oh, God. Please, on your angelic wings and majesty, carry me. Carry me, you angelic beauty. Sounds contemptible? Contemptible? That's the best you could do? Yes. Yes! Those feelings are very human. My service is to the Coin Lord. She is bound by duty. But where does her heart lie? A truly great woman, commendable to the utmost level. Alright, good day, angel lady. It is about that time, isn't it? Damn it, we just got to our new day, though. Wrap it already, man. Keep it rolling. Especially now that we're jamming out a bit. That would give me +1 strength? I could throw some stuff into deep storage, but... A minor constitution increase for a week? Are we even... Well, wait a minute, isn't the time frame of this game less than that? Is this just basically a permanent constitution buff for us? For the game? I guess so. I'll take that +3. Hell yeah. It is a good song. Also, new day, new people around. It's a crazy looking outfit. What are you all doing? Big druid energy. Was that elf lady back here? Maybe? Also, I assume I have to go and fetch Snell. Snell? Snell, I feel so lonely without you. Where are you, Snell? Oh, hey, look. What are you doing up here, lady? Should you be up here? Behold, Miss Near... Oh. Is there even anything left to behold about Miss Nearly? Not really. You hear a tune dance on the cold Ascani winds. Melancholy. A bitter reminder of a dream long lost. You see on the edge a goblin. She has a flower crown on top of her ruffled dark hair and is playing an exotic instrument. Perhaps it's best to let the girl keep playing. It is quite beautiful. For a goblin to produce such a melody! The song, you yearn for it. We can listen. Oh, those poor few dreams wrought in zeal and doubt, shepherds brought far to western shores. Oh. cradled by gracious river. Stood the blessed earth, so cool and stout. Raise the city from ruin, a home from night. Alright, look, I'll let her play. I ain't gonna, like, interrupt her. Whatever, she wants to be up there and jam out. Let her jam out. That crazy-ass looking gargoyle thing, though. Can I get down there? I can get down from... yeah. What is the deal with that? It's got a helmet. Oogly. Oof. Halfling Stormblood. A skilled merchant, businesswoman, halfling entrepreneur. Man, you could learn a shit ton from someone like her. But what about that helmet there? Beneath the shadow of a gnarly statue sits a girl wrapped in colorful garments. She's wearing some sort of hat with an attached veil, covering her face. On the ground around her, upon a fancy rug, you see an assortment of strange trinkets. Some of them have quite potent esoteric auras. She tries to say something, but is clearly unable to due to her heavy layers of insulation. Funny of you to ask. I'm actually voting for the... She lifts up a small arm from underneath the layers, ripping the hat mask from her face. I said, gods, it's so cold here. You see how her skin has a faint blue tint. That, along with her small figure, makes it obvious to you. She is a halfling. One of Stormblood descent, originating from the Windcrack Mountains. You carry that thing around? Giant gargoyle statue? Would that impress you? She taps the statue behind her with an evil grin. Let me introduce us formally. This here behind me is my guardian, Cruel Wing. Wing cruelty? Flying evil. Something like that. I call him Fleur. A gargoyle. Earth elemental. Terribly powerful. You got a gargoyle bodyguard? Yes, fancy, isn't it? As for me, I'm Oogly, the traveling wind. She who brings that which tingles around the coast, from band to band. Her voice carries in a wonderfully exotic tonal melody. My services are available to you if you have the coin. If you're selling something useful, then... Always, warrior, always. Though I'm still getting used to this, what do you call it here? Crown? Yes. Give me your crown, and you shall have great treasures. No dungeoneering required. She speaks strangely, somewhat. It's like she knows the language perfectly, but the way she talks is off. Ah, of course. She's under the effect of tongues. What do you say, warrior? Make my time worth it here in the cold. That's a powerful spell you're using to speak my language. It is, but don't worry, I'm not great wizard. It is skin picture. Oh, right. What do you call it here? You have a specific term for it. Some words do not appear to translate properly. She taps her lips and looks at you. Kiss picture? No, thank you. Look embarrassed. Kiss? No. She squints at you. The halfling is not sure if you just said something idiotic or if her translation failed. Paid a lot for it in Hoxie. Fun fact, the inking was actually performed by a mummified frog woman. And Anora. They are an Antisapilian people. Beasts of yore. Yeah. That does sound interesting. Sure does. 2 weeks before anything I ate didn't taste like corpse dust. But it was worth it. Uh-huh. I really like that helmet up there. Why is it hanging on your statue, friend? Oh, that's just a warning. Last adventurer who tried to steal from me left it behind. You can buy it if you want. If you dare. Who are you voting for? I heard there was an election ongoing. I am lucky to have arrived at such an exciting time. So, what are you voting? I only just arrived, warrior. Now, I have visited Norvik a few times before, but I do not believe that constitutes for me receiving voting rights, does it? But if you did, I'd vote for the Asgulus, I think. I admire the spirit of cooperation I've seen between human and dwarf. Sometimes I wish more people in my homeland shared the same values. Well? Where's my apolitical stance here? Jeez, game. I'll be your god king wizard. I guess we're going Asgalism. Ugh. She gives you a kind smile. I like the sound of that, warrior. What do you got in the shop? Great. What can I interest you in? For example, she pulls out a yellowed scroll from her chest. This here is a scroll of comprehend languages, handy if you need to decipher some ancient text or speak with a foreigner. 300 crowns for the helmet? Man, it's a cool looking helmet too. I need some buku bucks, dude. Elven ointment. Dream patch. Bone dust canisters. I don't care about the 10 pieces of incense. Empty Efreti bottle. I don't care about the esoteric shard, but I guess comprehend languages could be helpful. Dude, that bottle's 500 crowns. Holy shit. Alright, I'll take comprehend languages. Would assume so, it's such a great prize. I apologize if the handwriting is a bit rough. I got it from a gnomish gentleman in Vorgeni, a pixie dusting fiend of a man. Alright, that's all I got money for. Thanks, lady. What do you know about... she just got here, she don't know anything about it. You got a license? Yes, I got it approved this forenoon. Not the best bureaucracy I've encountered around the coast, but certainly not the slowest. Alright. Thank you. We'll yap with her more later. If I can hopefully get some money. We have comprehend languages though, so I need to go... I forgot to check that place out after midnight. Oops. I meant to. I need to go to Viskin's and check out that book now that I have comprehend languages. Kitty cat! Hello, you majestic beast. On the ledge overlooking the garden, you spot a black cat. Calm as can be. It doesn't even care that you stomp up next to it. A proud beast. Treat it with respect, and it shall treat you the same. Greetings! Who might you be? The cat lifts its head up. Its dark eyes squint at you for a second, sniffs in the air, and then ignores you once again. It knows more than it lets on. Wisdom comes from knowing when to act and when to not. This cat does not care for you in the slightest. Headed or something? I don't know. If you wish to hold a proper conversation with this magnificent creature, you should use speak with animals. Obviously. It's time to yap with the cat. You place your palm in front of your face and whisper, "Everything is words." As you do, the subtle movements of the cat appear as not so subtle anymore. Then it snaps, and your mind appears to translate it all into a form you understand. Hello, cat! You hear a loud scoff come out of the tiny creature. Been a long time since one of you brutes learned to speak. Do not call me cat. That is an idiotic way to greet someone. I am Sir Tribben of the Stones and the Waters. You shall address me as such. Of course, Sir Tribben. The cat speaks in a jaded, regal tone. It's adorable. I'll be frank, humano. Never cared too much for your kind. An attempt at cat speech. How glib. Do you know you're adorable, Sir Tribben? He lets out a hiss. Typical. Learns to speak after years of muttering nonsense, and first thing he says is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard. You really are a brute. Well, what do you want? I'm not sharing prey with you, if that's what you're expecting. The cat speaks in a slight cat speech accent, which is logical, but still quite strange to hear from a creature of his stature. I mean, I could try. Could try to feed his ego. Got a +1 and bless. Had worse odds. What's it like being a cat? The cat hisses. He really doesn't like that word. Sorry. What's it like being a feline? I am a shadow. I move unseen. I hunt. I stalk. You would not understand, brute. For you are clearly so far below the default, you cannot ever truly comprehend what it's like. Sick. What do you know about the tea shop? Tea? Ah, you mean to say leaves that smell? Yes, that building did have a lot of that, before it fell to ruin. And I mean before it was so scorched. Before? Yes, when the bird took over. I hope that foul was lost in the flames. Then again, what I would not have given to hunt it myself. Alas, I would have needed a dozen hunters to bring it down. Biggest bird I ever saw. The cat speaks of the owner of the tea shop. Interesting. Anything suspicious out there, cat? You! Ouch. You live out here? Of course not, don't be daft. I live in a wandering chicken under the earth, as any respectable creature would. What? An esoteric type of housing. Interesting. I see. How interesting. You would think so, wouldn't you? He makes an annoyed tisk sound. Now, do you enjoy living in a chicken house? Can I come visit you in your chicken house? I suppose I cannot stop you, though my homestay servant is quite the eccentric woman. So do with that knowledge as you wish. A cat lady? Being eccentric? You've never heard of such a thing. All cat people are good. Well, of course. Who else would take in such a self-centered creature? What are you voting in the election? He seemingly ignores your question for 10 or so seconds. Then he says, no. A good idea. I do not deal with whatever that is. It is beneath me. All right. Let's feed this cat's ego. Come on, bless. Oh, baby! What a bless it was. You want real answers? Feed his ego. Easiest way to do that is to compliment him. They're not soft compliments. Hard compliments. You are a legendary creature of the dusk and dawn, Sir Tribben. The coast trembles at your presence and longs. It trembles at your appearance and longs for your presence. Yes, well, the cat mumbles. Bards will surely write songs of my accomplishments, that is true. They will. Now, is there anything else you can think of that would be useful for me to hear? The cat yawns, and he says, will you go away if I do? Absolutely. He sighs in a deep grumble, the type of noise you did not expect to come out of a cat. Fine. The blue fire awoke me from my slumber. Had it been closer, my whiskers would have been fried. Blue fire? Who's telling the story? Do not interrupt me, brute. I wanted to know who'd caused this ruckus in my territory, so I kept watch. The green munchkins run around like crazy trying to put out the flames. You should call Snell that. I saw a brute like you, but in garish yellow cloth, being interrogated by some of them. And once the fire was out, which did not take long, the one who should have wings appeared. On her orders, the... what do you call it? Tea shop? Yes. They hammered it shut. Then she did something wave and glow on it. A locking spell to keep outsiders from entering the crime scene. Commonly used in the city. That's it. Now leave. Thank you for the information. Alright, it's not really new information there, but it was information. We prepare. Excuse me. Has to be comprehend. Definitely bless. I'm gonna do grease. Shield of faith. It's not bad. Charm person could be handy, but it's also gonna like burn bridges, and I don't necessarily want to do that. But it could be pretty clutch. Like maybe there's a bridge I don't care about burning, and I need to, you know, get out of a situation. There's one goblin in particular that comes to mind. Yeah, I'm gonna keep charm person just in case. Because I think we'll get up to some stuff the second day, right? Alright. Let's pop into here and make use of this comprehend languages, shall we? Ooh, if only I had a mage hand. I need to find that place where I can repair my prayer book. I keep thinking of that off and on, but... You flip the tome open. Yes, yes. Let me... I should cast comprehend languages here. You should! So let's do that. You mutter the words to yourself and carefully tap the frail paper. The words then pop into place, as they should. Reread the first passage. I wipe the sweat from my brow, the layer is hot. My companion was consumed by the lower beast in the first wave. I saw his soul, yet still screaming at me as I stepped up to the auditorium. No, I would not allow myself a meek death. The book details a first-hand account of one of many lambs, the strongest of their tribes, who were sent to fight before the great green dragon, Tisserildonor. The last of the great dragons of Old Dimenor is to still reign at this time in the early Divine Era. The author, Calum, was one of the few to survive. He writes how he ended up in the good favors of the Queen of Tree after many years of servitude, but he never gave up his dream of killing each of them. This is fascinating. Keep reading. Time. Books consume time. Let's do it. A long decade in those halls I spent in toil. I never relented, nor did I show truth. She saw something in me. Perhaps it was my bloodlust. Calum became the loyal first human of Tisserildonor, a type of manservant. He was by her side at all times, and he listened to her every word, documenting it. The book contains a long series of transcripts, seemingly directly from the ancient dragon herself, and it slowly reveals how the author learns not just the basic tongue of Draconic, which all of the high humans spoke, but rather the deeper power behind those words. A human playing the strings was amusing to them, to her, for none could ever dream of handling anything but the most shallow of songs, until the day I understood. This is fascinating. This story is told to all who are taught magic, how the first Arcanist stole the knowledge from this dragon masters. But this you have not heard. Calum Dimenori listened to the ancient dragon until he understood. Dragons control strings not just with words, but with their voices. Once that clicked, the book explains, he learned how to tap into the words of power, higher tier magic. It goes on to, with incredible detail, explain exactly how his research went on during those years, how he managed to procure and transcribe dozens of previously dragon-only spells. He did not master all of them himself, but he did master some. And most importantly, he trained himself until he could cast a spell of Yours Limits. Yours Limit! The term used to describe why spells above 9th level are considered impossible to cast by mortal hands. At least, before the Arcanists broke that limit. That would be why we today call a ninth, or what we call, that would be what we today call a ninth level spell. It goes on for pages describing basic stuff about the Draconic Civil War, similar to things you read in school. How all of Dimenor fell in their raging. In that chaos, humans were starting to rebel. The Draconic Civil War, the great conflict which raged between dragons during the Divine Era. It directly caused the power vacuum, which was filled by first gods and later Arcanists. It was with great pleasure I turned on her when I saw my great cousin, Doug Doolindim, appear with that sacred standard. Yet he did not wield strength enough to break her. Doug Doolindim, the first human emperor on the coast, known as the Drake Slayer King due to his slaying of several dragons and liberating their human slaves. Some call him Drake Doom Dealer Doug Doolindim. Most do not. Drake Doom Dealer Doug Doolindim. Thus the last of the great servants fell to me, to my one word of power I had learned just for her. Ill. Power word kill! The most famous of the power words. How interesting. Is this truly how it came to pass into human hands? Thus the era of the worm was fated, with man raised in its place. I am Calum of Dimenori. My words shape worlds. Myself, your, is what I am become. The book ends with instructions on various draconic magical theory, most of which you already know. Elementary. However, look at that final cantrip on the page. Look at that mage hand. Calum's mage hand. You run your fingers over the script. Yes. This is the personal transcription of the spell Mage Hand by this mythical Calum. Memorize the cantrip. What a masterpiece. Look at that scripture. To imagine that you are sharing in such glory. This is a much more sleek implementation of Mage Hand than any that you've ever come by before. You could perform great feats with this. What? Reach for apples. Apples! Holy shit. This will let you steal shit from a distance, won't it? Yes, although it is not as subtle as you might imagine. If you get caught. Sure, but that won't happen. Truly, totally, no. No, it won't happen at all. I was hoping I would learn a power word from this. You once tried, remember? The back of the library, you found a transcript, and you tried to memorize it. They found you the next day on the ground, barely breathing, and your eyeballs had exploded. Oh right, the eyeballs exploded. The patriarch was kind enough to cast a restoration on you, but he was not happy about it. Restoration, a series of spells which cure various ailments. The most common are lesser restoration and greater restoration. They cure anything from blindness to tummy aches, though their practical implementation from churches across the coast most common health issues are eradicated. Lesser Restoration is a second-level abjuration spell. It removes one affliction upon a target. Depending on the severity of it, the spell can remove various birth defects, cripplings, blindness, deafness, as well as minor diseases. Any place of healing across the coast employs the use of the spell. Oh yeah, my eyeballs exploded? What a day! Oh right, I remember. Yeah, I shouldn't do that again. No, you should not. Fascinating. Well, hell yeah. Thank you, Lich. Still assume you're a homie. Time will tell. Alright, so first things first, with my fancy... Oh wait, it's a cantrip, right? So I don't even need to prepare this. Can I already do this? Yeah. I guess I have to? Oh, wait a minute. There it is. Okay, so I don't. It's over there. Caleb's mage hand. Hooah! No? Oh, wait a minute. Do I do it with, do I just trifle? No? There we go. Ooh. Obsidian amulet. 1 con, 1 charisma, and advantage against aberrations? Oh shit. That seems pretty good. Ooh, come on now. There we go. Ooh, I like. Good get. Charisma, intelligence, or dampens high damage. What are the odds we bump into high damage, you know? Alright, groovy. Groovy. I'd like 1 more charisma, but I don't think we get that anywhere. Could get 1 more wisdom, that doesn't help me. Alright. Well, that's fine. Was there another? I don't think there was. Oh, I got the creepy mage hand floating around me. I know there were some chests to reach from in the tower. Where was the other spot? There was a second place that was like... There was a chest above. Can't really recall. But... before I get sucked in any further and just lose all hours of the day. That, chat, is where we're gonna wrap up. My god. As I say that, I look down and it's been like almost an hour past from when I wanted to try and wrap up before. This game is good, dude! This is a good old time. Getting sucked into it. That's some grade A writing, man. Love it. Alright. So we'll save here. Yeah, that's a good save. We'll save here, and tomorrow... I was gonna mix it up. I had another game in mind. Look at him leering at me. Interesting that this is showing a different group of people, and these people right here are definitely the ones that were, like, associated and working with him. Interesting. I wonder if that means, like, the people that show up here are kind of each of the major faction players in the city of their own respective, probably terrible esoteric might. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, as I was about to say, or going to say, did have another game in mind, but I kind of want to do it as like a 3-day split. So we'll have Esoteric Ebb tomorrow again. And then when we come back on Sunday, we'll start the new game. Yeah? So until then, y'all, hope you have a wonderful rest of your days. Mornings, afternoons, or evenings, wherever you might be.